everybody. Welcome back to Wampoville. Welcome back to the high seas, where we've got the baby carrier. The baby carrier today, that's USS Wasp. You can see, look at just how small it is, and that's just compared to Enterprise right there. When you see it compared to Essex, it's even bigger. We got a couple of destroyers over here. One of these is a Benson class, and I believe that's this one right there. Hey there, Armored Wolf. So we're certainly gonna do Wasp. We'll see what happens with the other two. I'm gonna get my references lined up here. Okay, yeah, this is a teensy little carrier right here. And there is a little bit of our early war dazzle camo on there as well. So let's do ice blue and then the black here. Yeah, let's do a little bit of the fast matte white as well. Hey there, Blades. Great to see you. So, Blades, I hope that the stream went well. Sorry I didn't get a chance to join you. I was editing the video and all that kind of stuff, so I hope that the stream was a lot of fun. And Blades, later on, be sure to share your link to the amazing Lord of the Rings diorama that you did via the Muppets. So Blades, I hope that I hope that you could have some fun during the council discussion. I actually assembled an entire unit of Huskarls, which with Conquest that's quite a bit because each unit is always so very different from the next, and there wasn't even any instructions with those. Hey there, Dick Knight. Nice to see you. I also hope that you are doing very well. Gonna just try to add get a little bit more of our light going into this here. Maybe a little more, maybe some of the, as we like to call it, radiant indigo, but that's not indigo. So welcome in there, Deck Knight. Great to see you. Happy Monday to everybody. So yeah, Blades, once there's more folks in here, please go ahead and share that, because that really is, I know that people were saying on the council thing that was kind of your big masterpiece for sure. So I think for sure you should definitely share that as much as possible, because it's really, really quite the accomplishment there. Hopefully you're feeling okay today. I know that Saturday was there was some activities on Saturday. Yeah, Blades, it can be really tough to do that now. I'll shoot you some messages about. Well, I'll kind of show you what I'm trying to set up here. Now you can get well, obviously there's there's the photo booth you can get on Amazon. So I don't know if you've got one of those or not. And there's different types. There's kind of the fold-up types. There's the larger types. Obviously, you kind of now need what I need which is one of the larger types. And that's kind of where things get a little more challenging. Now, where's that Benson class? This one. Got to be careful here. There's a lot of teensy little bits on this guy here. Yeah, Blades. Now, the other thing you can do is you can just take a couple of pieces of foam core and either, sort of blue tack those together or maybe hot glue those together, to one on the bottom and one going vertical. And that way you could even clip lights to it or whatever. And I'll just kind of show you again. I'm going to be trying to set this up tomorrow, so I'll try to make sure I send you pictures of all that. So Dick Knight, what kind of stuff have you been doing? Again, great to see you. So once again with the slightly later, then we're going to get to the water. Then we let the water set. Then we do some of our darker glazy things. Then we go back to the water. etc., 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 etc. So blades, yeah, that in effect, that's kind of what I'm doing. And there's a bunch of really interesting lights that you can get. There's these kind of flexible ones that just sit on the table here, but now I've got these clamp ones that can kind of go anywhere. And that's what I'm using on a lot of my filming areas. So I might have even sent you pictures of those a while back. So maybe I'll again try to get you some more pictures. I kind of wanted to do a bit of a post slash whatever on those anyhow. You know what? I'm just gonna roll right into this. Where's that S folder? There's the S folder. And we'll just start giving a little bit of a hint to something something on here. These are from Coco's models. So that's Lee McCall. He's on My Mini Factory. So be sure to check him out. Does some really amazing stuff. So yeah, blades. Those were the ones that I clamped on that bar that goes over the top of my filming area. I got 3 more of those. Actually, it was at Temu or something is where I got those. But you can get them on Amazon too. I think they were less expensive on Temu. And the nice thing is you can control the brightness. You can even control the mode. Even here, I mean, this is already kind of starting to look like it's got a little bit of streaking, right? And all that is, there's still primer showing through there, right? So that is still some of the primers showing through. All right, now we got that. Let's get down to the water here. Prussian blue, phthalo green. So either phthalo turquoise or Prussian turquoise. I think the Prussians would like to say it's Prussian turquoise. Let's roll with some of this now here. Like so. Actually, blades, well, I haven't had that fromage in a little bit, but I did technically have fromage today because I did something with the. It was a spaghetti sauce or whatever it was a 6 cheese spaghetti sauce, and then in addition to that, I had this package of basically lasagna cheese, right? And it's all shredded, and I tossed that in there too. So I don't know if it was I don't know if that makes it a 7 cheese or 7 fromage. Oh geez, let's see. So 8 is wheat, right? What is 7? Geez, it's been so set, right? Set fromage blades. Is that what that would be? Because I can kind of go to 4. Un, deux, trois, quatre. Hey there, Judge Dredd. Ah, see, great minds think alike, right, Blades? And Blades, if you wanted to share, if you want to share your fabulous Lord of the Rings diorama there, please go ahead and do that. I mean, obviously there's not as many people as there will be in a little bit. Ah, so set. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if that counts as a 7 cheese, but there was plenty of fromage in there. Oh boy, is it uh, is it these, Judge Dredd? Because that was the phthalo green, wasn't it? I don't know if it was those. Actually, Judge Dredd, maybe check out this stream from the other day. Yeah, that was that was pretty wild. So yeah, boy, Blades. I don't know. Have you noticed on your streams that the old-fashioned bots are back? like the old timey bots. Because, I mean, that's how they were 4 years ago, right, Armored Wolf? That's what they used to be like. Now we're going to get into some foamy stuff. Let's foam this up. Where's Benson? There it is. Now this could be, I don't know if this is the same class as Kaysen and Downs, the two Pearl Harbor destroyers. I'd have to look that up, because this pack is sort of the early war USN, so it could well be. Ah, okay, well, Blades, I guess I'm glad it ain't just me. I don't know if Monster Den any had last night, speaking of the council. So yeah, Blades, I was hoping that all the discussion about the... Oh, thanks for reminding me. Because we were talking about that AI thing, and this is the miniature. Remember, this was just black, well, dark brown primer last night. So now he's got his tats on him there, and then obviously when we do the whole unit, then we'll get the snow on there. Right, Horns fan? How you doing there, Horns fan? So Horns fan, what? Just 2 weeks away now, right? Just two short weeks away. Thanks, Blades. Appreciate that. So Horns fan, I hope that you got maybe some fun stuff planned for the weekend. Now, oh no, but I mean, you can see just how small Wasp was, and that's just Enterprise. And then we're not talking Essex. Let's bring that one out, and that's even a more dramatic difference. And you can see just that is a good. That's a good 60 feet longer, maybe 80 feet longer. So yeah, that is Essex versus Wasp. Well, here's hoping. Here's hoping, Horns fan. Actually, Horns fan, during that Council of Miniature Painters last night, I assembled a dozen of those Huskarls. You get really spoiled with the whole 3D printing thing, let me tell you, because I could prep 3 fleets of these in the time it took me to just do those 12 figures, and that's just that's doing nothing, no basing, no priming, no nothing. So yeah, that's a little crazy. So again, great to see you there, Horns fan. Actually, Horns fan, what are the featured games of this upcoming Saturday then? Not this Saturday, 2 Saturdays from now. I don't know if it's. I'm sure it's a double header or something like that, or maybe a triple header. But I can't imagine that you don't have SEC and Big Ten as part of any kind of college football kickoff day. I mean, even in this advent of the APCC, the Big Ten and the SEC still pretty much reigns supreme. Sorry, other conferences. Yeah, well, hopefully not them and Navy. I mean, that used to be a glorious thing to watch Navy almost upset them, or sometimes upset them every year. But sadly, those days are gone, I think. Let's see. So I have not printed out the Blades and Cooper Mini yet. Unless that was meant for Horns fan. I don't think it was. I think that was meant for me. Yeah, let's get a little bit more of the light down here. Oh, actually, Blades, I was trying to describe that T-shirt idea to Armored Wolf. So yeah, the idea that we take the chapter 52, contrast is more than just light versus dark. We take one of those color blindness charts. We superimpose it, or we superimpose the text on top of that. Okay, more here. There we go. Now, basically everything that I've been printing for the last, oh gosh, well, there was a few interruptions in printing because of all the crazy weather stuff. And then once I could do it again, I had to print up basing bits. In fact, I have more basing bits printing out tonight. There, ooh, yeah, a little bit more light right there. Let's see. So tigers and dogs. Oh, and Aggies and Irish. Oh, yeah, that's not too bad. Horns fan. Again, not that I can see those games. Basically, all I can do is sort of find the de facto radio coverage of them. Yeah, I can't actually, unfortunately, watch the games, having no TV or no cable. So we just kind of go onto YouTube, and usually there is some kind of like the college football radio broadcast or something. So Horns fan, the doggies, they beat the Roos. I think it was 134 to 48. So basically, they kicked 12 goals to 6. Actually, Darcy kicked 7 himself, so he actually outkicked the entire Roos team. So that puts the doggies solidly back in the top 8. There's only one problem, and they've got to play GWS. That's Greater Western Sydney Giants. They have to play them in the final week of the season. And they just, for whatever reason, they have never played well against GWS. It's kind of one of those things. I mean, you know how it is, right? There's just certain teams that even if you're actually better than they are, yet for whatever reason, it just doesn't seem to work out too well. It just could be the way the matchups go, whether it's individual or team wise, whatever. Kind of in the same way that Notre Dame just never really did well against Navy because Navy ran an offense that they never see. And it's very, very difficult to practice against an offense that you never see because how do you practice against it? Do you take your backup players and say, here, run this system that you've never run before? That's perfect practice, right, Horns fan? So Blades, what was the thing that everybody was it Baby Shark or something like that? Blades, remember, wasn't it the Nationals Blades that had that crazy Baby Shark thing or whatever that song was? At least I think so. I think it was Baby Shark or something. I've never really heard the song. I just remember that it was either in the playoffs or the World Series or something that was like a big deal for them. Horns fan actually several times per quarter actually. Actually, Horns fan and imagine I don't know. Imagine guys playing beach volleyball and but it's hockey, and sometimes before the game even starts, they're already punching each other. So yeah, Horns fan, there's a lot of elements of hockey in this. Ah, there you go. See, Horns fan, great minds think alike. So yeah, they'll just then first they start like bashing into each other's shoulders and stuff. Then the next thing you know, there's fisticuffs. So yeah, Blades. I could swear that that was like the big thing with the Washington National. Well, at least the fan, not the players so much, but the fans, and no idea why. But they remember there was all those baseball hats with sharks on them. Now I'm gonna assume that things for the Rangers and for the Jays are looking kind of the way they were before, as in not super fantabulous. And sorry about that if that's being a little bit disappointing here. Let's see. So Pure Vita says that clothing with sharks is quite the to-do in fashion right now with the kiddies. Blades, I think they were officially eliminated at some point in March. Now, Blades, what I'm hoping is that they're just officially eliminated from Major League Baseball. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. That's kind of what we're all hoping for here. It's one thing being eliminated from the playoffs. We want them just gone. Ah, see that, Horns fan? Look at that. See, Horns fan? It's, again, great minds thinking just alike. I think all three of us are in agreement that they just need to go. Just turn them into a minor league franchise or something like that and stick them with somebody. So Blades, the history that they were trying to chase, or at least Horns fan and I were hoping they would chase, would be the Cleveland Spiders. What was it, 1896 or something? Or no, was it 1926? Maybe it was the 1926 Cleveland Spiders. So Pura Vida, I hope that you're doing well. Happy Monday. So yeah, Pura Vida, it's pretty much record-setting badness. As in, like, mind-boggling. You have to try to actually lose that many games. And also in the way that they have lost those games. You have to put your back in it. That's what we might say. I'm going to let me do the starboard side here first. Again, looking to do our camo-y type stuff. This is a fairly simple dazzle camo here. Nothing complicated at all. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Berticles. So, Berticles, I hope that you are doing well. Happy Monday also to you. Thank you so much. So, Blades. Now, I don't know, is there any record for a team losing 100 games before August? I mean, before September? Because we are only, I mean, there's still 12 days left, right? Or is there 10 or 11 or 12 days left in August? So nice to see you there, Artemico. Oh, hey, Blades, there's some more folks in the chat, so if you want to share, the Muppets and the Lord of the Rings fabulous diorama there, please go ahead and do that. Because, again, that's super fantastic. I mean, it really is your masterpiece. Hey there, JP. It was great to see you last night, and thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate that. So everybody, please give Blades a follow, and also check out Blades' Instagram post there, because that's this really incredible Lord of the Rings diorama. She worked super hard on it. It took months, right, Blades? So the only other team worse would be the Philadelphia A's. Thank you, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. Bithron, those are really looking great. That was having built what 4 hours worth of miniatures last night on that broadcast. I know how much work that is. So I'm glad you're able to get all that done. So we're at 93% of a level one hype train there. I think yeah, that's gonna go over to here. I think one more something might just get us to it. So thanks everybody. Appreciate the subs and the bits there, because as we know, that really that makes a humongous difference. It really does. So JP, we've had all kinds of different schemes. Where's Essex here? So there's USS Essex. Now we've got was this the Cleveland? Yeah, this is that's our Cleveland class right there. And I think even our yeah, this is one of our Italian ships with the Italian style camo or dazzle camo on there. So thank you so much. Oh, we're at 94%. Well, Verticles, hopefully, well, if you're just using craft brushes, right, it should, you can always replace those. I'm going to actually go up here with that. And then, yeah, we're going to go this way. So thanks, Pura Vida. Appreciate it. Again, looks like we're, 94%? We got a couple of minutes left with our possible level 1 hype train there. So yeah, but the Philadelphia A's, that's going back a long time. Because I think they went somewhere else, right, before they went to Oakland. Well, now they're going. I have no idea if Las Vegas is going to stick with that name. I would imagine not. I would think they'd want to just kind of start over from fresh. At Berticles, there's always something that I learn new with the oil paints, because I'm either trying a new paint or a new whatever. So there's always something fun to learn. And now, speaking of, here, let's get this on the road here. There we go. All aboard the Linseed Express. Is coming right at you. Look out. All aboard. All aboard. There you go. Where it stops, nobody knows. It only stops till you accept the linseed. Accept the linseed. You want to be able to do this, right? You want to be able to do this. That's only 28 minutes plus the other one. You want to be able to use the oil paints. Yes. So thanks, Pure Vita. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Where's their destroyer? Here we go. So there's Wasp and Benson. That's 29 minutes and a level 1 hype train. So Horns fan, I'm just imagining, right, what that might be. Well, you remember that team? Oh, was it the Las Vegas Hustlers? That's right. Yeah, the Las Vegas Hustlers. Hey there, Unplugged. How you doing? Everybody, please give Unplugged Painter a follow. Unplugged, great to see you again. It's been a wee while. I hope that you're doing super well. And JP, if there's anything that you wanted to share as well, same thing. Go ahead, do that. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. JP, it really does help. Now you can see it here. right? That had a whole lot more thinner in it, whereas that was more of a dry brush layer on there. So no thinner in the previous layer. This layer was maybe I don't know, about 50% ish thinner, right? So that really does make a big difference. Believe in the linseed, right, Horns fan? And of course, you never want to blink. Yeah, well, that's easy for you to say. Those of you who can blink, it's like, what do you mean you can't blink? It's like, do you see any eyelids here? No, not really. I am talking to a ship here, so I think this has just finally driven me bonkers. Everybody, please check out that Insta link that JP just shared. Blades. I was gonna ask about that. Hey, boy, Drax. Holy smokes, Drax! I was gonna shoot you a message because I was getting a mite bit worried there. Everybody, please give Drax a follow. Because Drax, I'm sitting there thinking, boy, if it's still 95 degrees, and it's been how many months now, Drax? I'm just like, yeah. So Drax, I was hoping everything was okay. Actually, Bithron, yeah, I concur. I definitely concur with some chow time. If you can do that, I would say go do that now. So everybody, please say hello to Drax. So everybody, also please give JP a follow. JP, what you trying to get to for 400 followers? So JP is, hey JP, if there's any kind of a link that you got, right? Maybe an Insta post or something like that that kind of talks about that. You want to share that? Please go ahead. Please go ahead, do that. So again, everybody, please give Blades a follow, give JP a follow, give Drax a follow. And Pura Vida, I hope that you're also doing super well. Happy Monday to you. So again, there's not just that one. There's two ships right here, and 32 minutes. Everybody, please give Blades, because actually Blades, if you can get to your 600, we'll do a hype train for you. Everybody, please check out that Insta link that JP just posted. So Drax, you could, I didn't realize it, but what is it called? Victory at Sea. So that's a Warlord game. That is 1/1800 scale, so you could use these for Victory at Sea. So these are 1/1800 scale ships, and I think it all started here. Well, this in Arizona. We've even, and then we painted, speaking of Dazzle camo there's South Dakota. We even we even painted the unicorn of all unicorns right over here. This is the Montana class. It's a, look look at that in comparison to Wasp. So yeah, that's the never built Montana class right there. So these are all Second World War. Some of them are earlier era than others. And we always like to have fun with this here. No, that's this one. So this is always fun. So both of these ships are December 1941. One of them looks very primitive. It looks basically just like a dreadnought, and the other one, well, that looks kind of modern. That would be the Roma. This is part of my Regia Marina. That's my barbershop navy. So again, everybody, please give JP Grunk as they follow. Also Drax. So Drax has the temperature gotten anywhere near normal there now? Because I just kept thinking, holy smokes, if it's still 90 plus degrees outside there, and it's been months, I was gonna say, man, that is absolutely brutal. So hopefully that is not the case. Although, again, I don't want it to be something else that's even more intractable. So, Drax, do you think it's going to cool down at all so that you could maybe get back to streaming again? Because, yeah, it's really weird. It gets to be about midnight or something like that, and there's no Drax there. There's only a few of us left from that era, so we always want to make sure that folks from our era are doing okay. Yeah, Drax, that's what I was, well, I don't want to say I was hoping it was that, but I was hoping it was that. That it was, work hours changed, whatever, and that stream time just wasn't going to work anymore. Instead of something like, oh yeah, the computer died or whatever. Hey there, Tira, how you doing? And Nurgle Matthew. Nice to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. Happy Monday. Now keep in mind, next Monday things get way bigger, right? I don't know how the heck we're going to fit them on screen, but we've got ourselves those Corsair ships, and those are going to be 28 millimeter scale. So somehow we're going to stuff those on screen, right, Valfera? So Valfera, we have Wasp and Benson here. So we got a wee little destroyer, and we have a wee little aircraft carrier right there too. Glad that you're doing well there, Tyra. And of course, great to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. I'm gonna fire this in. Oh, and of course, our latest tutorial video went up on the Patreon page, and that would be this unit of the Conquest. Was it Werewargs, right, for the Nords? And again, there you can see some of the tattoos on there. That's what we're going to be doing on all of the Nords. Obviously, the Werewargs, a little bit easier to do that on. So Bithron, let's see. I was going to try and assemble the Thunder Riders, but man, those Huskarls took up the entire 4 hours. Holy smokes. So Tara, that was I think that was about 33 minutes to freehand all that tattoo stuff on the miniature, and of course that was on the video. So if I could just kind of do it without the distraction of doing the video thing, it would have gone even faster. Now you will be seeing some of those on the stream here. And of course, that's where we're utilizing the AI to see, okay, does this possibility work with the whole, the tattoos changing the color of the fur, basically. Nice to see you there, Kino. Happy Friday to you. So, Kino, great to see you here as always. Gonna try and get me this a little bit lighter, like so. So Valfira, I'll have to. I guess I'm gonna have to start watching some gameplay vids on whatchamacallit too, right? Victory at Sea. So Pura Vida, that is was it just the standard Windows? I think it's called Copilot or something like that. Yeah, it's just whatever the free thing is with Windows, nothing fancy. So Valfira, hopefully I said Monday. I might have said Friday. Basically, the reason I might have went with the Friday is because I'm waiting for that hydraulic cement there, valve here, and I'm really, really hoping that it gets here before Friday. I'd really like it to get here, say, tomorrow or Wednesday at the latest. So yeah, Nurgle Matthew, it's whatever just comes with Windows. And of course, you get. I think we're talking about this, right, JP, on Monster Den's stream. That you get 15 tries per day, and it's free. So why not? Where's my blending brush? There you are. So to clean the oil paint, it's very, very, very simple. This is handy too because, oh look, it's also for dried acrylic. So it's dried acrylic and oils, Winsor Newton brush cleaner. Boom, right there. No, and look at this. Not hazardous, no vapors. Obviously, you don't want to drink it, but that is not like using thinner because thinner is used to thin the paint. This is high quality odorless thinner here. Look at that. It's a little water bottle cap. That's all we use right there. So yeah, Valfira, I'm kind of well, it's one of those things where you don't want to be too excited and say, boy, oh boy, I think this is gonna work. It's just based on I looked on all the feedback on Amazon, and I've watched several how-to videos on how to and put that in. And actually, I've got a post hole digger coming. Valfira, yeah, I actually got a post hole digger on Amazon. That's coming this way. So basically what I want to do is at least secure the interior first, and then as we get into September and such, that's when I'll dig the outside and I'll put the same stuff on the outside. Now this might only last 3 to 5 years, which is fine because guess what? In 3 to 5 years, I just slap another coat of it on there. So Pura Vida, that is for patching cracks in the foundation to prevent all of the seepage that keeps happening. Because again, when August used to be August, which meant brown lawns, even when people would water their lawns, they would still be brown. Now it's the new tropical rainforest here. So you don't have like, oh, here's a little rain, here's a little rain, here's a little rain. No, it's everything is colossal downpours and world-ending rains, and that's like your average rain now. So Valfira, actually, it's funny you should mention that. Actually, that's a perfect segue, Valfira. You just set this up, you teed it up perfect. Yeah, you teed this one up perfect. So there's let me move this thing out of harm's way right here. So there's this particular chapter of the Book of Wapol, right? And it's one that I like to recite quite often. It's a key one. Contrast is more than just light versus dark. And we've been searching for merch like shirts and that kind of stuff for the longest time. Well, among some of the other things, Valfira, that we were talking about on that Council of Miniature Painters last night, because they mentioned that we were talking about that a little bit, and I said, oh, you know what we got to do to illustrate that is you will have that same color chart that they use for colorblind stuff, for the colorblind test, where it's got the green and red dots, and if you can't see any numbers, it means that you're colorblind. So I wanted to have basically that chart with that text superimposed over the top. And people said, well, since we helped you with the idea, how much of a percentage do you get? And I said, you get 100%. You get 100. Everybody gets 100%, including me. And they said, well, how does that work? And I said, that's what you call Chicago math right there. And I said, well, some people, sometimes they have poor choice in footwear. Maybe they have kind of a fondness for cement shoes, and they also have a tendency to walk next to the Chicago River. Now, of course, accidents do happen, and that's kind of how you square up the math, right there. Cement shoes and the Chicago River. All of a sudden, you're back down to 100% again. So yeah, that was. Thanks for squaring that one up, Valfero. I was kind of hoping to roll that one out tonight. So GP is financially colorblind because looking at that bank, there's no green there, right, JP? It's all just gray. There's no green. So yeah, Blade, kind of like how Armored Wolf got the 114 inches of snow in November, right, Armored Wolf? That's kind of basically it's like, well, we're setting a record for rain. Oh wait, that old record that was so last week. and it's only getting more and more and more. So that means, well, my sister, she's doing 6 of them, and they have to be done from the inside, which means ripping off everything. Hey there, Elite. Great to see you. Let's see. Happy Tuesday, Elite. Elite. I mean, it would be super nice, wouldn't it? Actually, Elite here in, here in Chicago, Elite, we would be hoping for like 3K because you saw how dismal it is, right, Elite? You saw how dismal it is here for how many decades now? So Nurgle Matthew crunched the numbers. Nurgle Matthew crunched the numbers, and he said that math totally checks out. So we've got confirmation that version of Chicago math works just fine. So thanks, appreciate that, Valfira. Yes, indeed. Here, let's do this. Because, of course, in Chicago, respiration is not required for representation. Uh, that cemetery constituency, their voices should be heard. Let me get my blending brush back into this. There we go. So again, that's your, well, as we would call it, this would be the object source lighting. That's the ambient light right there. Now I got me I can use this. I will use this as a blending brush right here. Get this side. And then we'll still keep rolling in with some of our lighter stuff in here too. Again, we're only just underway. We're 46 minutes in. Well, Elite, they're in different conferences, right? Elite, so I mean, there's only one. Well, I mean, obviously they could meet in the regular season, but the only way they're meeting in playoffs, right? Elite is one way. Now, so Elite, do you want to be the Nostradamus there that predicts that it will be KC and the Bears in the Super Bowl? So Elite, that would make for quite a Monday stream, wouldn't it, Elite? A post Super Bowl Monday stream, and then it would really make for it would make for an epic Friday and Thursday, Friday, Saturday, wouldn't it, Elite? And of course, Elite, you would be our Super Bowl reporter. I mean, this is a sports network after all. This is the Wappleville Sports Network. Hey, somebody's got to send me a reminder to use the AI to create the Wappleville Sports Network. I think I have something like that I use the AI for. Uh, at least if someone sends me a reminder, I'll see if I can find anything that I've already got made. Now this, where's that Italian ship? So you can see that gray is a little bit darker. We need to go kind of lighter, like that level of light on Wasp here on the non-camo parts. Thanks, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. Now, I'm going to grab me some of this, some of the black, as we're able to actually make what kind of looks like a filbert brush. So Elite, because they're looking to get their third one, right, Elite? And here, there's been nothing since 1985, so let me do this here. Also there. Again, so we're gonna lighten up the hull where we can. Then we're gonna try and get some of our rusty stuff in there too, a little bit of weathering stuff. So yeah, JP, actually JP and Blades, if you guys wanted to share your stuff again, we got some more folks in the chat there. So if you want to share your stuff again, please go ahead do that. Pure Vita, thank you so much for being here as always. So Pure Vita, great to see you. Sorry that the streams just are starting so much later. There's been quite a bit of chaos here. So Pure Vita, thanks so much for being here. So everybody please check out the Insta link there that Blades just shared, that fantabulous Lord of the Rings theme Muppet diorama with the Rohan house. So Blades, that does mean you have to start doing. You were so successful with that terrain piece. It means now that you have to start doing more terrain. So yeah, I forgot to tell you that's how that's gonna go. So thanks, Pure Vita, appreciate that. Now we're going to try and get our light on this side too. Using the soft brush there. Again, that's kind of a dry brushy thing, right, JP? So we went with the dry, then we had more thinner. Well, now we're going thicker again, right? Because there's basically zero thinner in this at all. There is none whatsoever. And Blades, yeah, please, boy, remind me, if I get to send you kind of some pictures of how I want to try and set up that new photography area for bigger stuff, for things like terrain, because my current photography, it's too small. It's probably not all that much bigger than yours, or maybe only the same size. Everybody please check out the Insta link there that JP just shared, and everybody please give JP and Blades a follow, because I think Blades, you're trying to get to 600, and JP trying to get to 400. Thanks, JP. Here, I'll show you. I always try to keep one of these here with no paint on it, so you can see that's actually sculpted on. Even the churn back here, that's all sculpted on with the heavy gloss gel. So when you paint it, then it looks extra, it's got extra depth, because it literally is. You can see it's going up and over the hull. Did we do the, oh, we didn't do these guys. Let's get these gun mounts here, which I'm pretty certain are just the same ones from Arizona. Those open mount 5-inch guns. Oh, these are the, speaking of, these are the Chicago pianos right there. That's what they used to call those quad mounts. Speaking of Chicago, here we go. We're doing this. A little more of that light here. None of that camo goes up onto to the island here. Oh, there's as your signal light, it looks like. Did we get? You could maybe get a little more light back there, but for here, let me grab some of this. Start working our way back to the stern here. Working our way back. There we go. Now here. What's interesting, seeing these right here, this is it's so reminiscent of Kaga and Akagi. So we mention those because there's a point where we're going to get the files for the Kirubutai, because we want to do we want to do that whole IJN. We want to have the pagoda style masts, right, with the Kongo, Fuso, Nagato. But then we also want to have the battle carriers like Issei. And of course, then we'll have Musashi, Yamato, and Shinano. Hey there, Casey. So, Casey, I think I sent you the latest links, but then I don't know if you saw the newest of the new links. So great to see you there, Casey. Casey, if you don't mind, maybe posting some of your stuff in the chat there, because I know you got a lot of stuff that you can show off. So yeah, if you want to show that off, Casey, please go ahead. So everybody, please check out. Is that Insta? Yeah, it's an Insta link there that Casey just shared. So Casey, I'm hoping that your Monday was fabulous, and hopefully your Tuesday will be equally fabulous. Get a little more of that light on there. You know what? I think we'll lighten this too. Maybe even back there. Tripod mask needs to get a little bit lighter, as you do. That's fantastic, Casey. So, Casey, is there anything, a new project that you've started there? Or is it kind of still hammering out on the same projects? Let me try and lighten this up a little bit here. Oh, Velfair, I don't know if you had a chance to share your dragon. And Velfair, of course, obviously, we're hoping that you get a chance to have your new painting area set up very soon, so that you can get back into the painting swing there. Yeah. Oh, that's what I'm seeing there. Boy, oh boy, I don't even know if I can get to that tweezers over there. Maybe I can just use one of these. Nope, that one won't work. Maybe this one will. This one might. I think that's one of our hot glue threads right there. That is right on that tripod. There we go. Okay. Maybe I can get rid of this here too. Alright, I think that helps. That's fantastic, Casey. And Casey, if you've got well, now that that's done, if you got yourself open commissions or something like that, let folks know so that they could maybe acquire those services if they're about to open up. Let me flatten this out again. This area right here, that's a little bit on the soft side. We want to get that edge. There we go. That's better. So yes, what is? Oh yeah, Warlord Games Victory at Sea. That is a 1/1800 scale fleet combat game. So you could, in theory, use these ships again for Victory at Sea. Hey, Neelan, nice to see you. So Neelan, I think you were in the Council of Miniature Painters there last night. So great to see you there, Neelan. Oh, and Neelan, hey, speaking of which, if you want to posting things, yeah, Neelan, show that off. I know you just got your Instagram post going today. So good night there, JP. So Ola, Neelan, yeah, Neelan, definitely share that. That was looking really fantastic. I'm gonna try and sharpen that just a smidge. Same there. And here, now we do actually have some dazzle that we need to get to on on Benson there. So here, let's set this off to the side, give that a chance to set for a little. So have yourself a great night's sleep there, JP. We need to catch a little more light on some of these edges here. We did do oh, these are the torpedo tubes right here. Gun mounts, depth charges back here. So everybody check out the link that Valfira just shared. And again, Neelan's going to be posting a link to something that's really, really nifty. You'll want to go check that out. Let me get back to my reference there. Okay, so we want to go a little bit more towards the blue here. Even a little bit more towards the indigo on that. Okay. So everybody check out the Instagram link that Neelan just posted, and everybody please please check that out, and lots of kind words for Neelan too. Also, please check out the link that Valfira posted. That's going to need a little smidge of thinner. Okay, hopefully that's not too much, but it's sort of needed some there. You know what? I'm just going to push it this way, and then we'll do our darker camo into that. Just be easier that way. Maybe a little more thinner here. So Elite, I think what people are kind of saying is obviously they got those weapons, right? That kind of helps with quarterback development, doesn't it, Elite, when you have decent weapons? And then they do keep talking about the defense, as in defense on the upside. So we'll see how that plays out, right, right, Elite? But yeah, if it's sitting in the middle of February, whatever, Elite, and we have a KC Chicago thing going on, I would not oppose that, right? I wouldn't hate that too much. Where'd that brush just go? There it is. So Neelan, that really was looking fantastic, and I'm sure that you are super spiked about that. Now this is a very unusual sort of dazzle here. This is almost like some of the German E-boats right here. It's kind of more what this dazzle reminds me of. You know what? I think I got to zoom in here. I do. There we go. I think I can get closer. This thing is tiny. I'm just throwing it out there. This is a teensy little guy right here. I mean, we're calling Wasp a baby carrier. This is a teensy little baby right here too. And what's crazy is that then there's another form of this that's on the superstructure, but it's this weird light blue. So we'll see if it's even possible to do at this scale here. No idea just yet. Let me get the dark right over here by that wave. And back up here again. Let's try this again. Gotta make sure these are going, well, mostly straight up and down here. To another one up there, and it goes all the way right to the bow. Get one of the more unusual camo patterns here. Neelan, some miniatures, like the 3D printed stuff, Neelan, no doubt about it. Everything sticks better to those. but obviously that means the oils will have a better opportunity as well. So whether it's plastic, cast resin, printing resin, even different printing resins. Obviously, then you've got the FDM stuff. Neon, they definitely have to be messy before they can be neat. And of course, there's times where things get real messy, like this thing. All right, if you see the initial video on this thing, this was super messy. And even the freehand stuff, right? That was something that we kind of clean up and tidy up along the way as we go. Yeah, here, let me make this red. These are very convenient because they're located right where the later waves come right up against the hull. There's been a couple of our camo patterns where it has not worked out quite so conveniently. Yeah, Nealon, that shatter point plastic is, yeah, just like any kind of cast plastic. That's gonna be a little slippery, I guess, is the word we could use. Yeah, it's gonna be a wee bit slippery. Not necessarily stick as well. Certainly not as well as something like this. Again, with this, at least with this resin, I could basically not bother priming this, and it wouldn't matter pretty much. It would probably still be just fine even with no primer. Now after I do this, then I'll go back to the water. We're going to try and get some of our lightest light on some of the waves there. We're going to try and get some of our turquoise back in there, although we kind of kept that a little bit better this time around. I know the last couple, it was when we were painting our cruisers, we painted Indianapolis and Cleveland. Okay. Going our right up there. There we go. Okay. Now these torpedo launchers actually just shows the deck as being a dark gray. It does not have it with any wood color on there. So we're pretty good to go there. It looks like already. Again, this is a Benson class destroyer. Yeah, we'll keep going with this. It's just basically a very grayish color. But boy, this is where things get really funky here. Is we've got to try and get something like this, maybe the indigo mixed with our radiant blue. Hopefully that's not too dark. I just gotta kind of break this down a little bit here first. And then you see it on top of the... This could be a... I don't know, this might actually be the same class as Kaysen and Downs. Now this actually, I'm looking at it, it's a 1/700 scale kit. I don't know if anybody wants to do a quick Google search to see if Kaysen and Downs were a Benson class of destroyer. But this certainly kind of, maybe not. Maybe it's not Kaysen or Downs. Thanks, Bithron. Appreciate that. We got more of our superstructure there that gets this. And we'll just have to go. Yeah, okay, that's it. Now I'm seeing the difference. Oh, yeah. This hull actually is more of a bluish color. So the hull actually needs to be darkened down and made more bluish. Okay, we'll do that too. So thanks, Bitron. Appreciate that. Let's work this in. Then we'll have to darken up the camel part a little bit as well. Now this all starts to make a little more sense. However, once I do this, I gotta step away from this, and then we'll put some of our basically rust type colors and weathering and such on Wasp, because we can do that. You can also welcome in Spark Minis. How you doing there, Spark Minis? So 8 days left. I think that's what it said there, Spark Minis. I hope that you made fantastic progress on everything. So 8 days to Nova, right? Here's hoping that you got a lot of stuff done. Everybody, please give Spark Minis a follow. And of course, Spark Minis, you want to share any of that in the chat, please go right ahead and do so. This is our Armada Mondays. We got 2 ships that we're working on here. So we have Wasp and we have Benson. 1 hour and 11 minutes ago, those had no paint on them whatsoever. And we're calling Wasp the baby aircraft carrier because even compared to Enterprise, which is basically about the same era, again, you can see the difference there. So sorry about that, Arda Michael. If you wanted to share any of your links in chat, please go ahead. Now here's a much more modern here. So that is Essex right there. And again, you can see just how much bigger it is than a teensy little Wasp right there. Oh, we are about to add some of our weathering stuff right here. So good look at that capital palette. Now, of course, we were just showing this. This was a new tutorial video that we just put up on the Patreon page there. A little bit of tattoo freehand on him. And then what happened when this has a chance to dry, we're going to do a little bit of a glazy thing over the top of that. Make that a bit more subdued. Now, lately, we've also been doing an awful lot of object source lighting stuff. Where did our other... here he is. Lots of object source lighting stuff here. We did a little Tomb King on a spectral horse. Denethor right there, because he liked the flames. So, Dim, how you doing? Great to see you again. Now, of course, well, we've got Bretonians too. We have not... we will be getting back to them, because I have a whole bunch of these printed out. So again, that's some more of our oil painted stuff. Yes, all painted with traditional oil paints, and every single miniature basically done with the exact same paints. So there is no difference between Lexington here and this guy. They're done with the exact same oil paints. So Spark Minis, I hope that that's all done, and obviously hassle-free travel to get there. I don't think you have to go super far, right? And again, Spark Minis, you want to share anything in the chat, you know, some of your entries, whatever, please go ahead and do that. And again, everybody, please give Spark Minis a follow if you could. Now, where did that disappear off to? So Spark Minis, again, I know that you got a lot of stuff going on there. Here's hoping you can get all done. And everybody that's got stuff that needs to get ready there. So everybody also please check out that Instagram link that Arda Michael just shared. Now we're going to get some of that rust we were talking about. We're going to get some of the asphaltum here. A little bit of our Mars red, not too much. Also some thinner there. And then we just start mixing this up. So everybody please check out that Instagram link again that Spark Minis just shared. And please give Spark Minis a follow if you could. Now, Spark, I forget just how many entries you also had to try and get ready there. Okay, I think that's about... I'm going to get a little bit more of the asphaltum in here. I think we're just about there. Okay. Now, oh, thanks, DM. It's the same material. You saw that Galadrim elf with all the snow and ice and everything. You can see that the waves are sculpted on, even the churn back here from the props. So that's actually sculpted on. And then now once we start to get the paint in there, and obviously here, right, we have just the ocean. And again, on all of our ships, we did the same thing, whether it's our U.S. Navy or our barbershop Navy. That's the Italian Regia Marina there. We also, this is a Cleveland class cruiser right there. So again, much more modern type ship, but the same thing. Again, with the regular sort of ocean colors on the top there. And of course, we were showing this earlier. It's the ultimate unicorn. That is the Montana class, the never built Montana class. Look at the size of that compared to Wasp. So yeah, they never built those. They would have been quite the colossal ship for sure. And of course, again, we use that heavy gloss gel for so many different things. We use it for fire. You can see we have icicles here hanging off of our T-3485. More icicles there. Also using it for the crushed glass snow. So it's very handy. We also use it for fire effects. So say something like, well, this guy here, right? We want to have some flames there. We can actually sculpt the flames with that, and then it lets us do some fun object source lighting, because lighting, right? Who doesn't love object source lighting? Now in here, that's got to be more of a pin line one. So we're just going to, it's touch and go, as we say. We touch it there, and then the brush goes away. Touch it here. Again, the brush just goes away. A little bit on the top of the stack. Some parts of the island here. Now, does this one? I think this one has a decent amount of icicles on it. Yeah, there you go. So again, you can see these icicles hanging off of there. Again, all of that is done with the exact same heavy gloss gel. Here's some more of our fiery stuff that we did on our done landings right there. So all of those flames all sculpted with that same exact stuff. Of course, last night we were painting some more of our Corsairs. We painted 6 of them in, about 5 hours, 15 minutes? Yep, 6 Corsairs. Respect the Umbar. Definitely respect the Umbar. Don't want to disrespect them. Yeah, we'll get we're going to get some rusty streaks on some of this stuff too. Boom. Anchors. Boom. So that also kind of helps separate that just a little bit. So thank you so much, Dim. Appreciate that. Now, Dim, I don't know if you wanted to share your capital palette entries there in the chat. Again, best of luck for everybody that is that's doing that. I think the capital palette is part of the opens. It's kind of in the open system, right? At least I think so. I can actually zoom out now that we're not working on our teensy little destroyer right now. We can zoom out just a bit there. There's my rust color there. Just dropping that every so often, not everywhere. I mean, we don't want this to end up being a complete rust bucket or something. Now, the other thing we will be getting back to is our Tomb Kings, because we have printed out more of the snakes. I'm actually printing out some more carrion birds. We'll also print out, now those are from Highland Miniatures. We'll be printing out the Highland Miniatures Casket of Souls. And of course, Highland Miniatures has their own version of Cetra here. Now, it's going to be skeletal horses as opposed to this conversion we did with the mummified horses from Titan Forge. Let me see something here real quick. We'll let that be. We'll do that a little bit drier there. We have ourselves a blending brush somewheres. Well, that's a little bit on the hard side for something like that. Maybe we'll grab this one here. Well, that's really wild. So again, I hope that everybody does really well. I don't know what categories everybody, or which classifications, maybe, I guess. And again, good luck to everybody. I know that is a lot of work to get stuff ready for that, and then just getting the stuff there always is an adventure. Well, good night there, Dread. And Judge Dredd, if you wanted to post any pictures of that, please go ahead before you head off there to sleep. Just trying to get there. We are. That's what we needed. A little bit of this on the underside. So these are all 3D printed. And everybody check out the Insta link there that Judge Dredd posted. Please go check that out and give Judge Dredd all kinds of complimentaries there. Now, this is definitely nowhere near as much thinner in it, because as you can see, we're looking to do some rust there. Again, just mostly the asphaltum here. Teensy little bit. Look at that. See? Little teensy bit there. Actually, you know what? Maybe I will zoom in for you so you can see that a little bit easier. Down over here. Actually, blades, I meant to ask, is something like a Nova Open, with where Adepticon has moved to, is Nova Open actually easier for you to get to than, say, something like an Adepticon? I wasn't sure how the logistics of that might be. Okay, just trying to take this teensy little bit of the asphaltum here and do a little bit of a drag down here. Blades, the only reason I was asking is just because, well, you've got your fabulous Lord of the Rings diorama there. And I just thought, well, at least there you could get a chance to enter it into a contest. So I just thought that might be a little bit easier to get to from where you are than here. Alright, that's again, nice little, we're just dragging this down a little bit here. That's just the asphaltum. This, again, we went from something that had a whole bunch of thinner in it to something that has no thinner in it at all. Now here I did a tiny, tiny, tiny bit. But only because I just want to get in between those two surfaces. Now, I'm gonna see if I can go back. No, no. Let's get to our destroyer here, and let's do the same deal on that. Can't just a little bit of the weathering stuff here first. When that has a chance to dry, then we got to put a whole bunch of lighter colors on there. There. Yeah, it's very fun there, Blades. It's got the whole story and everything to it. Well, look at there's more mooring cleats on this little destroyer than there is on like our cruisers and our battleships and so that's hilarious. There's one, two, three mooring cleats on that side. I think there's four on the starboard side. Okay, now we'll let that have a chance to set. So let's go back to this. Some of this is that kind of was that the brilliant yellow light. That is the Richardson color there. Because we don't just need it lighter, we also need it a teensy bit more on the warmer side too. And you're going to see, look, we can still lighten this up quite nicely. Now this is, it's always a trickier thing. You're working with something like there's a very light color, very opaque. That's how the oils are. The light colors are opaque. The more translucent colors are going to be the darks, not the lighter colors. Okay, that just won't exit the building there, so we're just going to try and do this, and then there. Dim. Yeah, having the churn is really, really fun, and well, we first started using this for our original Armada Mondays, which was right here. So we've done tons of these. Now, again, this is everything here is saved as highlights. So all of these ships right here, all these elf ships, the Basilean ships, the orc ships. Let me see. Yeah, there's some of the orc ships right there. All of those are all saved as highlights. And you can see they all have the same kind of thing going on with the water, right? Same deal. And we've got, yeah, the Empire of Dust fleet. So that was where we first started to do that. And I thought, well, with these 1800 scale ships, we could kind of continue that. Here, let me maybe get that thing out of the way. That's not really safe to be having that right there. So yeah, dim the creative. We definitely want to have that churn back there, right where the props are going to be. We need that wake to really carry home the effect. Gonna try and get some of the latest light here again on the Chicago pianos here. That's how they referred to these Orlikins right here, because the sound they made kind of sounded like somebody hammering on piano keys. They didn't really do a whole lot unless that plane was about 3 inches away from the ship, but nevertheless, give them points for trying. So thanks, Nurgle Matthew. Appreciate that. And now here, see, we can get something lighter on those machine gun mounts. And now all of that stuff that looked so shiny in there, right? Doesn't look so shiny anymore. That's how you know with the oils, how they are set. They're not going to be dry, but they will be set. Now this should all be mostly dry by this time tomorrow. No idea what the Thursday stream will be, but I do know that at least the target anyway is for next Monday to be Armada on a big scale, as in ships for 28 millimeter miniatures. It's definitely going to stretch the limit of what fits on camera. No doubt about that. But all those Corsairs that we were painting on Saturday, that's that's what these ships are for. It's for those guys. Also, so that we can play Middle Earth War at Sea. There's plenty of systems out there that work for 28 millimeter scale ships. And then all we have to do is basically graft the MESPG system onto that. Of course, MESPG is changing now. Boy, I can only imagine, oh my gosh, at Nova, at the Lord of the Rings tournament, wow. That's going to be very, very wicked, right, Wicked Minis? How you doing? Everybody please give Wicked Minis a follow. Thanks for the raid, Wicked. Appreciate that. I hope that your Monday was fabulous. Hope your stream was fabulous. I'm sure it was. And of course, Wicked Minis, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Obviously, lots of conversation about Capital Palette. Nice to see you there, Tuvan. We are painting a couple of more ships here for Armada Monday World War II style. Before we get into the much larger ships, we've got two things. We got Wasp, and we have a Benson class destroyer. So we're going to be coming back to the Benson class. We're actually going to be putting lighter colors on there to develop that dazzle a little bit more. And then here we're getting some of the lights on the. We're going to do the island next here, and then we'll get some of the latest stuff into the water effects there. Hey there, Humbler John. Nice to see you again. I hope that you are also doing very well. Oh, here we go. Yeah, the water is actually sculpted on. So it's the same heavy gloss gel we use for our fire effects. You can see we even have the churn back here. And then when you start to get your paint on there right, it really starts to lock it in. You can just see how small Wasp is. I mean, it's a good 45-ish feet shorter than Enterprise. I'm sure it's shorter than Lexington here. Oh yeah. Obviously, this is a converted battle cruiser hull, so that's going to be even longer. So yeah, again, the snow effects, the icicles, all that is the same stuff that we use to make the water effects on here, which is again also the same thing we do to create the fire effects like that. So I get all those fire effects sculpted in the same way that the icicles are. We got some more of them here, right? See them hanging off of the barrel. We got this over here. Now, oh, that's right. We might actually, this coming Thursday, I've got these more of the Shatterpoint minis. I got like 4 of them prepped and ready to go. So that might be the Thursday stream, maybe even the Friday stream too. Kind of depends. So thanks, Wicked Minis. Everybody please check out the Insta link. The Wicked Minis just posted. And please, of course, give Wicked Mini a follow while you're at it. I am going to throw a little bit more of the fast matte white out here, I think. Yeah, we're going to do that because I want to get back to the waves now, I think. We're going to let that hull have a chance to set. Let's get back to this. Now, we have also been painting a whole bunch of terrain on stream here. I can show you some. This is just a teensy portion of the latest terrain we've been painting on stream. We've done a whole bunch of these to match our Easterling army. That's actually a 3-story building right there. I think we've painted 5 buildings so far on stream, and of course, well, here's our these are some of the buildings that we've made for our Rohan army here. And these now actually have paint on them. So there's your fabulous windmill, the archery range, there's the stable, the not so great hall of Erkenbrand. So this is one we built on stream, and then we painted it on stream. And that's now we've been doing a whole lot of stuff with the 3D printing. So we got lots of 3D printed buildings. Basically, we're trying to make every army in Middle Earth. Right now, I'm basically printing out stuff for Ruined Arnor series, the Tor Italos Kickstarter from Conquest Creations. I've basically printed out his entire kingdom of Azragor, which basically is Minas Morgul. Now I've actually been prepping a whole bunch of miniatures to go with that Minas Morgul terrain. So again, everybody please check out that link. The Wicked Elf Minis just posted there. Here, let's use our blending brush again. Ooh, yeah. There we go. We kind of hit all the other ones. We somehow missed that one. Now, not every single wave is going to get the same amount of definition, right? Because those would be way too regular. And some of them go all the way out to the edge of the base. Some of them do not. So we're going to do this. We'll take our blending brush and do that. That's the beauty of the oil paints, right? I think this is another one. Also going to get that lighter treatment here out towards the end. Same there. Oh, hey, Blades, if you're still around, why don't you share your Lord of the Rings, since we're kind of having that little conversation there. You should share your fabulous Lord of the Rings diorama. Now I think we got that. Okay, now we're going to go back with our light here. Some of these waves, again, not everything. There we go. And this churn can still get lighter. Now here, I'm gonna see what happens with the thinner paint. Yeah, that seems to work okay. I was thinking I might have to go thicker. So Dim, yeah, I'm working on every single army in Middle Earth. Of course, all the legendary legions, which we'll see what happens, Dim. Right now, I was wondering if they were gonna get the license to do stuff from, say, War of the Rohirrim, that anime movie that's coming out in December, and then would they even do, say, the Hunt for Gollum movies? So apparently they've got the rights to all those, which means, well, massive changes coming to MESBG. So who knows what's going to happen? And of course, I was working on 3 different Arnor armies and just about to start an Angmar thing too. And only to find out that, well, that basically that new supplement is dead on arrival. So I might not do as much of the Arnor stuff. Well, I mean, we got a bunch of it already. I have a whole bunch of more of the Mahood riders, which of course those might go away too. Who knows? I mean, if need be, we'll just kind of do our own thing here, because really the only way I'm going to be playing MESBG is to live stream it here, which means we can do whatever we want. Let me try that. Yeah, here. Build this up a little more with some of that. Now take the blending brush here and pull that out. Yeah, Dim, because it was not written for the new rule set, which is coming out at some point early next year. So yeah, you might want to check out, I guess, is it the Warhammer, whatever it is, check out the GW site. All the info is there.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun, John.
Thank you so much, General Obi-Wan Kenobi. Appreciate that. Ah, look at this. It's another one of my surfboards. Dude, not a surfboard. It's like, yep, you're a surfboard. Not a surfboard. So I could go all the way to Valinor on this thing. Dude, I think you're whacked out on pipeweed again. You really had to say that, didn't you? Okay, fine. Roll the dice. What's he talking about? He's talking about this right here. He's talking about this. Well, pipeweed was mentioned, but a very middle of the road thing right there. So actually, Obi-Wan Kenobi, we have lots and lots and lots here. We'll just start to throw some of these out there for you. All of these were painted on stream. We can keep going. We could go on and on and on forever. So if you want to actually check out some of these right here, all of these were painted on stream. You can check them all out. Just look at the our highlights, right? So we've got fun basing on all of those. Thank you so much, General Obi-Wan. I actually do have that box too. I have that box, and of course oh, here he is. Here he is. Uh, I've basically painted at least 85% of all of the Shatterpoint stuff so far. I mean, maybe there's a little bit that we haven't done, but we go all the way back to the very beginning here, right, with these. Yep, mini marvels. Oh, actually, Obi-Wan, you should check out the stream with the murder hobbits, as we call them, otherwise known as the Ewoks. Yeah, we did all kinds of jungle style basing for those, because I mean the bases that come with them pretty boring, right? So that's why we add stuff and actually have a whole bunch more clone troopers that have the hoodoo rocks and such for the bases. Now where is our where's that Padme? That one's, oh, there it is, sitting over here. So that's another fun one that we did. So how you doing there, Mini Marvels? So Mini Marvels, you want to share anything in the chat there? Please go ahead, and of course, everybody, please give Mini Marvels a follow. The other thing we wanted to do was also kind of do some. We haven't done any snow stuff yet. So yeah, we haven't done any snow bases for our Shatterpoint stuff. I don't think there's really been any minis really put out that are designed to be on that type of world. Oh yeah, Dim, please go ahead. Yeah, we love doing our 75 mil stuff here. So General Obi-Wan, yeah, what's weird about those bases is that, like those, the Ewoks, is that they have plants growing out of deck plating on those crazy bases. So that's why we said we're going to redo these, and we did actual plants on the bases. So everybody please check out that Instagram link that Dim the Creative just shared. Fantastic. 75, was that skills? From Big Child Creatives. We've certainly painted a lot of Big Child Creative stuff on stream, because they sculpted all the Song of Ice and Fire stuff. Where they at here? There we go. So yeah, all of that is actually sculpted by Big Child Creatives. So yeah, very fun stuff. So see you in a bit there, General Obi-Wan. And oh, thanks for the follow too. And everybody check out the link that my Mini Marvels just shared. Yes, indeed, go check that out. Trying to can get some of the lighter waves out here, because they're actually sculpted. So there are waves sculpted out there too. So yeah, they do all the cool mini stuff there, Dim the Creative. So yeah, all the Song of Ice and Fire figs are all done by Big Child Creatives. They also did Dark Sword, or no, Dark Age. Yeah, Dark Age. Also done by Big Child Creatives. You know what? Fine, we'll let that go all the way to the end. We'll take our blending brush to it. like you do. Oh, and by the way, where's that other one? Here it is. 1 hour 44 minutes ago, these two ships looked well, just like this other destroyer right here. Again, that is the sculpted on water there. Yep, my mini marvels. They are a very large scale. They're at least 35 mil, possibly even bigger. Let's put it this way: the conquest miniatures are double the size of Lord of the Rings because they're physically literally twice the size. The Song of Ice and Fire stuff is like half as big. So here we'll get a conquest horsey out here, and again that's literally almost double the size. Think Song of Ice and Fire is kind of halfway in between these two. No problem there. Oh, thanks, Tara. Again, Tara, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. I need to catch a little bit on some of these portals here. Can't be too much. And not necessarily every single one. I think we might actually approach it from this angle here. So yeah, Tyra, thanks for being here, of course. And again, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So yeah, the Song of Ice and Fire stuff. Now the difference there is they're kind of like hybrid board gaming miniatures. They kind of have bones plastic on the bulky stuff, and then all the weapons wherever they need kind of the high detail stuff or something to be a little bit stronger. That's where they go with the regular plastic. So again, that's why we kind of refer to them as hybrids. So Terra, again, if you start out with it, that definitely does take a lot of the strain away. And also here, let me, these little flashlights that we were talking about, right? Again, all you have to do is basically take a picture of that, and you know exactly what colors to use, or if it's up here, something like that. So those little flashlights that come in all different colors, they're referred to as balloon lights. So yes, you could use those, and that would really, again, give you a good idea what you needed from that. So mini marvels. Now, these are very, very specific here, but these are plastic miniatures from Fireforged, and these are actually Mongolian archers. I mean, 100% actual historical there. Here's another one. Obviously, they've got kind of that's a more of a Mongol type horse, but Fireforged also have other horses. So maybe that could give you that could help you out there. So again, then, and the thing is to start out with the object source lighting, because again, if you don't like it, then you literally just paint over it instead of paint a whole bunch of stuff and then say, oh, okay, now how do I superimpose this on top? Yeah, you really don't want to get into that kind of a mindset there, because again, it kind of just it'll make it a little bit tricksy for you. So dim, that's where I got them all. Got all of the balloon lights there. And there's tons of different colors: purple, green, blue, white, off-white, orange, yellow, magenta, green. There's all kinds of colors. I will be getting more of them myself. I think I have basically green, blue, magenta. I think I got the magenta also. Can't wait to see Minas Morgul with a whole bunch of those little green lights going in it. My goal is to kind of set it up so that as you see the city, such as it is, all of those little lights, they're kind of not just in the buildings, but they're also kind of, it's going to be lit from below. Not quite sure how that'll work, but it should be very interesting. So Tira, I did an army painting series on Minas Morgul. Geez, I'll scroll back. I'm not quite sure where those are. I think they're much further. Oh, there's our Witch King. No, that's not them. That's not them. There's our Easterlings. So again, that's kind of what we're doing with our terrain. Is this stuff like that? Obviously, no, they're not here. Oh, there's some more Song of Ice and Fire. All right, so there's some more of it. There's again some more Song of Ice and Fire. We painted up a bunch of these on stream. Oh, look, there's our old Rohan army. There's our Harad army. So I don't. Oh wait, is it? Nope, I don't really. No, don't see it. So, but I am going to be painting up a whole bunch of 3D printed stuff. I've got. I think it's from Kurzlook. I've got a ton of Minas Morgul stuff. So good night there, Dim the Creative. And again, Dim, best of luck getting everything ready for Nova. And of course, best of luck at Nova. So thanks, Dim. Appreciate you being here again, as always. Thank you so much. So Tira, yeah, I'm actually probably going to do a basing video on that because there's a few challenges. I'm trying to kind of do the all skull basing, and it's a. Oh, wait a minute. It might be. Maybe it's down here. Let me see something. Nope, that's not them. There they are. Bingo. That was wow. That was series 7. We're on like series 43 now. So they're going to be done a little bit like that, except I also want to have that kind of greenish glow on them. And I also might do glowing lances and weapons on them. So they'll be kind of like that. They will have that rust and everything, but they're I want to try and have kind of that sickly green glow. And again, those are all done with the oil paints, of course. Back to our little crazy little portals here. There's a bunch of them here on Wasp. And now I think the modern day USS Wasp is an LCS type ship. More again, some lights on the portals here. Again, only going to emphasize those so much. If they become too much, I will have to just kind of go back and cut some of those down. Yeah, some of them get a little bit more than we want. We'll just come back again and knock those down a bit. We can do that. Tyra, actually, I never really read fiction books at all. It was always nonfiction, and that would be definitely historical stuff. I mean, if you look at if you look at all the books that I have here, and of course, well, the audio books, you have things like Shattered Sword, Virtues of War, Guns, Germs, and Steel. I used to do Civil War reenacting back in the day. Doing some more of this right here. There we go. And especially anything that involves ships. That's something that I've been studying since, let me see, I think I was 6 years old when I was given a book that was about 800 pages long with all these fantastic illustrations of from dugout canoes all the way to nuclear powered aircraft carriers. No, actually, subs. We didn't actually have nuclear powered carriers at the time. That's how long ago that book was from. Still have that book to this day. Now, again, doing a little bit of lights here on these portals. Just a touch here. So Tira, what's interesting is, of course, the walking Silmarillion here has never actually read the Lord of the Rings books. I studied it in the same way I would study, well, the Battle of Kursk or uh, your Alexander's invasion of the Persian Empire, Salamis, individual battles, the whole conflict, whatever. History of Carthage, Rome, China, India, all the stuff. Because the truth is actually usually much stranger than fiction. Generally, what happens with actual stuff is that, well, you could never, if you wrote a movie with that, nobody would ever believe it. So that's why I tend to prefer the historical stuff. So you had to people like, well, so how do you actually know the 12 houses of Gondolin and that Gothmog was actually a Balrog initially? We are all Gothmog. There's Gothmog the elf. There's Gothmog the hobbit. There's Gothmog the Balrog, the orc. Much like Zathras, right, Bithron? We are all Gothmog because we are also all Zathras. That's a little Babylon 5 reference in there for you. Is it? Oh, you know what? No, I did get the liner stuff out on the end of those, well, barrels, such as they are. Oh, we never did do these. Oh, that's right. I think we had a raid just as we were doing. That's right. So Paintwater Sommelier, how you doing? Everybody, please give Paintwater Sommelier a follow. Speaking of Grand, there is Grand. So yes, that is that board that you're seeing there. That's 14 inches by 26 inches. That's all Sculpey clay. That is all carved, or all sculpted from scratch. Of course, now knowing what the Great Beast of Golgoroth looked like, I would sculpt him differently, or I would just print them because I have like 3 different files. Those two trolls at the back, those are the GW metal trolls. They had to hack apart and resculpt to get them pushing that thing. That'll give you an idea of scale. There's metal orc archers up there, and that's about 5.5 pounds of Sculpey all told. And Grand is actually hanging on chains, so he does move back and forth. He actually does swing back and forth. So that is Grand. So again, everybody, please get Paintwater Sommelier a follow. Now let me set. Whoops, wait a minute here. What? Oh, here we go. Here we go. How often have we talked about this tonight? Paint. You can't just do the acrylic thing where it's like one layer, the same consistency, the same consistency. Didn't get the chance to see that movie link there, Bithron, unfortunately. And also too, sometimes instead of highlighting things, what about making them darker? And of course, contrast is more than just light versus dark. I think we can even show that here when we do something like this. So yeah, I mean, yeah, there's lights and darks there, but you don't see the difference in the deck, right? You do not see that in the water, the greenishness. See that turquoise kind of, and we're actually going to be adding more. We're going to add more turquoise into the water right there. So paint water, I've got at least, oh my gosh, 100 different scenes, possibly more. So yeah, there's about 100 different scenes. No, actually more than that, because there's 55 chapters to the Book of Wapol. Each of those is a scene. So that's 55 right there, just in Book of Wapol chapters. Ah, so that is that the old metal treebeard sculpt there, Artemichael? And Artemichael, I don't know if you had a chance to share any of your links online there, but if you want to share some of your stuff, please go ahead. Same thing again there, Paintwater. You want to share stuff, go ahead. Yeah, Bithron, haven't had a chance to see that because uh, right now, if I'm lucky, I can see 10, 15 minutes of something. I kind of want to be able to see that more, like just see it instead of kind of watching it in dribs and drabs. So yeah, paint water, and obviously we keep adding new ones, and there's tons more that I actually do have to add. So obviously we added our Easterling buildings, right? We added those, and of course, oh yeah, that's one of the ones we made out of foam, and of course there's our cruel sea stuff. I'm gonna have to start making whatchamacallits with our 1/1800 scale ships. Here's some more terrain for these guys. So again, we're constantly adding new scenes. So mini marvels with the oil paints, you cannot just keep slapping layers of that on. It's not like acrylics. That is not going to go very well whatsoever. So with the oil paints, like here, this paint is a little bit more on the thicker side, right? Because some of the paint that's on there is much thinner. So if you do something that's a little bit more on the glazy side with the oil paints, if you're not waiting for that to dry entirely, well, then the next application better have a lot less thinner in it. Now, it doesn't have to be, a complete glaze versus right out of the tube, but you need some variation between thick and thin. So everybody please check out the Insta link that Artemichael just posted. And then, again, look at, is that an Instagram link? Yeah, it's an Instagram link there. Let me try and get something to drink here. There we go. Now, let me get some of that turquoise in there. I mean, we have a little hint of it, but we want to have a little bit more. So we're going to get some of that phthalo green working here. Phthalo green. Now this will have more thinner it because the stuff that's already on there is is relatively thin, or relatively thick. So we're going to get more thinner into this. And you can see that sticks very easily. Also, blending brush like so. Blending brush again. So here it's lighter, right? But it's not as light as the white crests on the waves. So again, here we're doing the same thing, trying to create again more of a turquoise look to the water here because this is disturbed water as opposed to the indigo, right, with the ocean waves there. Also, too, you have to have a very light touch on that brush. Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. I've literally seen people holding a brush like this, thinking, are you looking to stab somebody? What's the deal with that? That doesn't look terribly comfortable. Now let me get a little more of this and then back to that blending brush there. Ah, that'd be very nice there, Ertemichael. I know that it's kind of a lot of hustle doing lots of different gigs right now, and then obviously hoping that one of them just kind of sticks and becomes the thing. But sometimes that's what you got to do, right, Ertemichael? Is kind of do a bunch of different stuff. Yeah, maybe not just one thing. All right, where's our? There it is. Let's get back to this guy because we need to do a couple of things. Get the turquoise in there, but we also want to do that lighter stuff right on the superstructure to build up that dazzle camo. It certainly is that way sometimes, right, Michael? No doubt about it. Where's that blending brush again? This is how we keep the oils from piling up. If your oils are taking 3 weeks to dry or something like that, well, that generally means you got way too much paint on there. That's in orders of magnitude too much paint. Also, too, the primer has an impact on that. And of course, the colors that you use. Some colors are just naturally slow drying, and others are much, much faster. I mean, even something like brown matter, that's a really fast drying color. And there's no alkyds in it or anything like that. That's just how it is. It's just that way. Now I'm going to break this down with some of our thinner here. And also, when we talk about thicker paint, it doesn't necessarily have to mean like right out of the tube a giant blob on the miniature. You could take paint that's almost from right out of the tube, but then it's just dry brushed on. So again, that's another way to ensure that you're not putting too much paint on. So see here, look at that. Since now we're able to actually command a little bit more of this. Do we have it? Oh my gosh, it's even on this part of the superstructure. Holy smokies. Now, Artemico, that's one of my favorites for NMM Gold. Yes, indeed, brown matter. It was one of my favorite watercolors, brown matter alizarin. So, Doji, I hope that you're doing well. Happy Tuesday there, Doji. Great to see you, of course, as always. And of course, Doji, if you want to share some of your links there in the chat, please go ahead. We got anchor chains to do there. We got mooring cleats to do. More of our light along the edge here. Then underneath there, and now again up here. So Tira, that's when we showed off the craft brushes. So yeah, that's where we go and we talk about it's the craft brushes that we've been using for years and years and years. They change appearance because they keep changing the colors of the handles. They were originally green, then they went to red, then they went to blue, and now I think the current iteration is gray. And those are the things that we will use for all kinds of now. I don't really have. Let me see if I've got the. There we are. So this is. That's what they're like when they're new and pristine. You see all those nifty little points on there, right? Well, then they start getting a little bit of use. Right? They start getting used, so now they almost turn more into filbert brushes or things that we like to use as blending brushes. Then they start to get a little bit more wear and tear. Right? They start to get more and more beat up. And here's again they get beat up even a little bit more. And eventually, where's the one that I've got cut here? I mean, like you can see, there's glue and texture paste on there. But eventually, when they get too beat up, we do this where we cut the bristles. See that? We got spatter, we got stipple, and we use that in a variety of methods. Here's some of our. So that is the spatter right there, and that's the stippling right there. Or, no, that's the stipple. And then we did the spattering over here with the mud. Now, of course, no matter what color the handle is, no matter what shape the bristles are in, it is always going to be this We worship it, the one true brush, as always. So Doji, again, you want to share any links in the chat, please go right ahead. So yeah, paint water, all those are all extra scenes. So I think it's fair to say there's got to be at least about 120 to 135 scenes and more to keep getting added. And even these, even our liner brushes that we love so much, even they have kind of a little bit of a lifespan. Actually, the tops of those turret need to be, well, they should actually be darker, but we'll see if we can make that happen. Thanks for doing that there, Doji. So Doji, I hope that your Sunday was fabulous, and of course also your Monday. Chuck in a little bit, yeah, a little bit more of our light there. On the freeboard there, okay. It's weird, Casey, how they like change colors and so it's very strange. Casey, if you wanted to share your links again there in the chat, it's been quite some time. Well, if you want to share some of your oil painting goodness, there's again check out the link that Doji shared. More oil painting goodness. Where's my? You know what? I'll just use you as a blending brush here. Cause why not? There we go. Did I get the? Yeah, we get the light up there too. Now let's do a bit more here on the port side. Oh yeah, that definitely needs to get lightened up. I guess here on the depth charge launchers. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Casey shared. I'm gonna try and get some light on these now too. Also, again, back up on that edge. 2 hours, 12 minutes ago, these had no paint on them whatsoever. Uh, eh, yeah, I'm going to try and get something lighter here too. Also over there. And lighten this up a bit too. On the torpedo launchers there. That didn't quite go where we wanted it to. Oh, well, I'm glad you got to do a little bit of tour with the mountain bike there, Doji. So tomorrow's going to be a very active, busy day. Lots of stuff to do, stuff on the house. We have to get more paint on terrain. We have to get a whole bunch of stuff based. Also film, we'll probably be filming the next Army Painting series episode, and this will be the Lizard Man series that we're going to kick off. There, now we're getting the really light stuff in here on our teensy little destroyer. Still got that blending brush handy though. Here on the bow crest, we gotta lighten that up much more. There we go. Also there now. Now let's do that again. Now that's a case where the paint had to be thicker in order to stick there. If I want to do anything else there now, I will have to go, well, the opposite way, right? It's going to have to be a whole lot thinner. Back to this later stuff again. Now, the one thing I do have to check and see is I'm thinking that it's going to be able to print this next piece of terrain without the filament running out, but I may have to run down there briefly and get new filament on there. So I will be checking that in a teensy bit here. Again, printing out some more of that Tor Italos terrain. Let me see, I'm going to get Lexington out there and out of the way so that I can look and see if Bambi, yep, so I look, it's printing pause, so we will have to go down there and change that. No problem. It won't take too long. I actually have I've got almost ready to go. But yeah, hopefully people don't mind too much. But I found out that you don't want to leave that sitting too long. Right, Sarge? How you doing there, Sarge? So, Sarge, that was looking really fantastic. Saw the jerry cans there on that piece of brass etched. So, see you later there, Doji. Have yourself a good one. And of course, Sarge, if you want to share that, please go ahead. That was looking super fantastic. And I know that that's very painstaking, right, Sarge? That is very, very, very painstaking stuff there. Now we're going to do this here again, just finishing that off. So what I might do again, I'm going to run down there very quickly and now just again get that new spool on there, get that printing again, because it doesn't really like to be sitting there in that pause mode for too long. That tends to make weird things happen. So everybody please also check out that Tiger work in progress by Sarge there. And again, don't go away. We shall return here very, very soon, about 7 minutes tops. Printing has resumed. Stream now resumes. But I was so close to being almost, I don't know, I was maybe like 3% short or something like that. It almost was about to finish with what was left on that spool. No problem. Hey there, Thousand Young. How you doing? That's a little bit for Thousand Young. How you doing there, Thousand Young? And of course, Thousand Young, if you want to share some of the stuff you've been doing in the chat, I know you have some things. Great to see you back. I know we had a lot of fun the other day, the other stream when you were in here. And there's a, it got quite. Oh, that's yeah, that was quite the hilarious stream, for sure. Let me try and work in the other direction here for just a brief second. I'm also going to get me a little dab of thinner out there. Oh yeah, here, let me get Lexington out of the way. So no problem there, Thousand Young. Again, thank you so much for being here. So Thousand Young, we're working on a couple of more of our 1/1800 scale ships before we get into the, well, gigantic ships. So here, this is a, well, and ironically enough, that's the baby carrier. That's USS Wasp. Actually, I'm going to get back to this one here because the elevators, I want to do a little something here on the elevators. Let me just get that brush cleaned out a little bit more. Now we're ready to roll here again with some Van Dyke Brown, some of the Mars Black. Let's get this elevator to stand out a little bit more. There we go. And then also essentially some streaks that kind of emanate from that. Hey there, Thranuel. So Elite, I wish that I could show you some of the raw batches of 3D printed bits that I did. I wonder. Oh, unfortunately, they're just out of reach. But well, I mean, again, it's even something as simple as here. Do we have this right here? Yeah. So all of this is 3D printed, right? The grass tufts and the Mahood rider there, all that stuff is 3D printed. And of course, all of our ships here, right? All of our terrain pieces. So great to see you there, Thranuel. I hope that your Tuesday is off to a fabulous start there. It's an early start, but hopefully it is a fabulous start. I'll try and darken these down up here just a little bit more, like so. Little bit of stuff there on the end. And then a little more into here to just real quick, super light strokes in there. And there's actually still some of the primers showing here. It's same up here too. Well, Thranuel, hopefully we can keep you company for a little bit as you head off to work there. Get the top of that. Nope, that's already pretty well set. This up here, we have to do some more with that, and we'll get some of our bluish gray in there, and now we'll lighten that up a little. Yeah. Also here, yeah, somehow that got very dark, and we don't need that. There we go. I know there was something missing here. That's what it was. Daniel will. I hope that it kind of it keeps all the joints in good shape and everything else. That's in addition to all the work on the house. I try to also do that at least in some form every day. You know what? That should also be later too. I'm gonna get that as a blending brush too. There we go. So Sarge has 200 track links that were 3D printed. Sarge, can you imagine? I don't even think we want to imagine, right, Sarge, what that would have been like with individual trying to do the brass etch stuff or whatever, or snipping those off of sprues. Holy smoke! That there's no way you survive that one, right, Sarge? Elite. It was not very long ago. Let's see, what was it? It wasn't really till around. Oh yeah, it was about this time, Elite. This time in 2020 that I really was genuinely making 3D prints. It seems like it's been 1,000 years ago. Like, oh yeah, for the last 23 years of miniature painting, of course I've been doing 3D printed bits and miniatures and stuff. No, that did not start until 2020. And we're talking in the latter half of 2020, because again, it wasn't until about literally mid to late August that I finally actually got my first actual print to come out. So that's yeah, we're literally right about at the 4 year anniversary, Elite. Hey, Sectrix, that's kind of a it's kind of ironic that you pop in just as we're talking about that. So thanks, Citrix. We've been talking about well, obviously the upcoming Armada Monday, and thank you so much for helping facilitate that. I was actually telling Kathy's mom. I just was shooting her some messages today, and her brother. I was showing him the 3D printed holders, and they were really amazed by those. Tara, thank you so much for being here as always, and hopefully we see you on Thursday. And again, Thursday might be some uh, some of our Star Wars stuff, and I think Friday and Saturday, hopefully, is going to be the Minas Morgul stuff, so that we can just be plowing through that. So it almost be kind of like maybe one of our Saturday challenges again. Thanks, Sectorix, appreciate that. So yeah, now we'll be able to do our usual stream next Monday. Yeah, Sarge, and of course, those German vehicles, when they designed those interlocking road wheels, Sarge, they weren't just trying to drive the tankers crazy, they were trying to drive you crazy too. And any of us that has to deal with those. Thanks, Sector X, appreciate that. Now, Sector, if it has to be the next week for Armada Mondays, that is okay too. Uh, but no matter what, I have to get those ships prepared. I did a lot of the initial spraying of paint on them, but there's all the little shields and some of the extra bibs and bobs that kind of make them the Corsair ships that I still have to add yet. This action, yeah, need a little bit more of our lighter stuff there. Yep, some more of that here too, also on that. A little further up on that stack. Yeah, Sarge, I can only just imagine every time they had to deal with that stuff, just the the groans of you gotta be kidding me. Because if you take off one wheel, you gotta take off 10 other ones, right? And I can only imagine just how much mud and other stuff just tended to collect in there. Let's see. Yeah, Sector X, well, that's even these. I'm already fighting over these. These are the only large, and you can see what I've got there as a counterweight inside. That's actually crushed glass snow as a counterweight on the inside. That will definitely be very, very helpful, and obviously for other big things too, because now these aren't heavy, right? But I needed one of the larger uh, ones like this to be able to do this guy, and this is the latest video that just went up on the Patreon page. Yeah, storage. I think it's one of those things where we would do anything to not have to do that, because that just and it's not like you can just kind of oh, we'll just chill out, right? We'll just find a nice peaceful spot, right, Sarge? It's not like there'll be a Sturmovik or a P-3047 Thunderbolt or something like that flying over the top of you, right? That would never happen, Sarge. At all, of course. Never, never, never. Now, oh, I've got to look up I think this is our, yeah, this Porter class destroyer. I'll have to look that up too, because it's funny, Sectrix. I mentioned that to Kathy's mom. I'm gonna. I think I actually might just order some on Amazon. Although I also have lots of I have lots of metal from all the metal miniatures, and I actually use those as ballast in paint containers like these. So there's tons of little extra bits of metal stuck in there from metal miniatures. So Elite, unfortunately, I have not had a chance to learn things like Mixer, Blender, ZBrush. Sometimes you're taking kind of a standard pose or something like that, and then you're manipulating that. There's also, like, if you want to put a skin texture on something, you can actually make something like lizard skin brush, and then you brush that onto the skin. It could be like a human face, and depending on how much pressure you put on it, with the pressure sensitive pen, you'll get a deeper or less deep texture. Yes, Sectrix, ironically enough, I just ran downstairs to change the because the filament ran out. I thought I had just enough to finish this one print, but it wasn't quite enough, so I had to run down there and change the filament. Now, what I was hoping ultimately is that they would maybe at some point have 3D scanners that would be good enough to be able to sculpt something in, well, regular analog, scan that, bring it into something like a mixer, blender, ZBrush, and then manipulate it further there and do something like, okay, we want to put some kind of skin texture on this, do it from there. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to get some of the asphaltum into here. There it is. Now if I do the dry brush on this, yeah, that really does have a nice effect there, because this paint has it's had a chance to set more because it's been on here for a couple of hours. So, 1,000, actually 8,000 Young, did you have it, speaking of which, did you have a chance to show off your stuff there in the chat yet? Gee whiz, 1,000 Young, yeah, definitely show that off. I thought I mentioned, then I thought, oh, did I forget? A little bit more of it there, and then maybe a little something down there next to the deck. You know what, I'll do that right there. Let me back to this. A little bit more of that asphalt. Yeah, we don't want to turn it into a rust bucket, but we're trying to kind of hit the areas where it most obviously would be doing that. So everybody, please check out the Insta link there. The 1,000 Young posted, and check that out and enjoy all the nifty stuff. Now we already have some of those off of the stern. Won't do it too many more. Might try to get a few of them right here. Again with the asphalt, and then just drag that down. We did the anchor there. Not going to do both anchors equally. Let me. Maybe we'll still go with the asphaltum here. There we are, because the tripod mast had to cut that light away. There was too much of it right in that one area. All right, now do I still have? Okay, so I'm going to look up Porter class destroyers here. Just 1 second here. I just wanted to see if there's any kind of late war version of it. Porter class destroyer there, and it's it shows. Oh, actually, it does. Huh. This could be an interesting little dazzle right here. All right, where are we at? There you are. Just gonna do a double check here. Sure enough, that is the same one. Wow, this can be a very interesting dazzle here. All right, let's do that. So we are back to doing some of that lighter, dry, brushy stuff. Thank you so much, Drex. How you doing there, Drexia? If you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. Yeah, 1,000 Young. That's something that I would really like to be able to do, because then I could kind of be able to do a little bit of each. I could do a little bit of the analog sculpting, and then be able to manipulate it in then in the digital program there. And the other thing, well, 1,000 Young, to be able to print stuff, or sculpt it once, print many. Yes, sculpt once, print many. Instead of having to, well, sculpt everything from scratch again and again and again. And that's the other thing I was thinking, is that we're going to eventually see, so again, midship torpedo launches, aft uh, depth charge launches. Yeah, alright, we'll do this. Then we'll start to get our water going on there with this. So Drexia, I don't do the stripping of the miniatures. I'd basically just paint over them, and of course, now that's the important thing again here with the oil paints, right? Is thin with it, and less is more. More is way too much. That'd be fantastic there, Thousand Young, because that's something that I mean, Armor Wolf and I, we both desperately need to learn that. If anything, to just be able to make little terrain bits, basing bits, or something like that. Little crucial things that obviously right now just little bit difficult. It's something I could even make it out of Sculpey, right, and then scan it, and then make. I could even make actual bases. Right now, well, here you go. So instead of having to make this every single time, what if I could scan this as is? Oh, and now I just print these, right? Instead of having to make them from scratch every single time. So yeah, Drexia definitely. Well, also too, you gotta be. I know it's difficult, right? But you also want to be patient with yourself. We're all our own worst critics too, and of course, it can be frustrating not to just be able to absorb everything right away. But it can be. It's not easy. It is definitely not easy. So again, be sure to give yourself a little bit of leeway, a little bit of space to kind of learn it and grow. And thank you so much, Casey. Appreciate you being here. Have yourself a fantastic Tuesday after a good night sleep tonight. Where did that? No, there it is. So yep, like Armor Wolf was just saying, things must be messy before they can be neat. That is most certainly in the Book of Wapple, of course. Yeah, we'll just roll with this. Let's just roll with this here. Working it in the brush. So Drexia, yeah, I like here. So that was kind of a very thin application, but drier. This is sort of thin, but this has more thinner in it. And as you can see, we didn't go slightly lighter. That is the key thing, right? We're going to do this. You can see as I continue to do this, right? That green that's on here, since it's wet, look at this. See how it kind of starts to just diminish all on its own here? I don't even need to get a blending brush. I can just do that. So that is no fuss, no muss right there. So thanks 1,000. That would certainly be a huge help. Again, another tool in the toolbox, right? It cannot hurt to have those. Yeah, 1,000. I can remember seeing the Reaper guys with Surface Pros at Gen Con back in what 2015 or 2016 or something like that, using ZBrush. So yeah, Drexia, I know it can be a little bit difficult, but again, definitely be patient with yourself. So again, where's our other destroyer there? So you can see again, we're starting to build up, right? Starting to build up to that. So Elite, I'm not quite sure. I'm just trying to figure out modular pieces, if you mean bases or miniatures, or that idea of the scanning it. I don't have, obviously, I don't have me as 3D scanner or anything like that. Oh yeah, that should also be lighter there. Now I'm actually going to try and get some of this out of the brush here, and then we'll go with the lighter indigo. Indigo, a little bit of the radiant blue even. So it's a very, you can see it's a much different color, even though it's, well, blue. It's a whole different range of blue. So yeah, sorry there, Thranio. It looks like the autocorrect monster got you there. So Thranio, yeah, you would probably want, if you want something like a turquoise, you're probably going to want maybe a phthalo green Prussian blue mix, because well, both of those are basically staining colors, and then that's going to give you more of a turquoise for sure. And of course, well, in Drexia, the other thing too is, you can just paint on parts of miniatures or even sprues. That was I saying, folks that are doing 40K stuff. Well, maybe they're, you got a whole bunch of extra shoulder pads. What if you were to experiment on the shoulder pads instead of, worrying about painting miniatures per se? So yeah, that would be a question for the digital sculptors out there for sure. That would not be a question for me. That I cannot answer. Boy, this is going to be a really wild and wacky dazzle here. So this is definitely a later war era destroyer here. I mean, you can tell by the 5-inch gun mounts. That it's a little bit later. So Elite, sometimes you print things in several pieces. Sometimes they're only in one. Even something like this. This was, there were a few different pieces here because sometimes it's just not good to print it out. Now, of course, things like this, that happened to be a one piece. Sometimes people intentionally make things multi-piece so that, well, where did that go? Here we go. So Kurzlook, he'll make warriors that could have a blowpipe or this or that because you need to have different war gear and such. And all of these, well, even here, right, this. Let me see. There were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There were 6 extra pieces on a sprue here because the turrets were all separate. Because here there's sailing and then there's firing. So firing, usually the guns are elevated. Sailing, the guns are going to be more level. Also, too, do you want your turrets off in one direction? And obviously, if you're printing separate pieces, you're going to have to glue those together. That's what we had to do here on these ships. I mean, even the aircraft carrier itself, Wasp here, the flight deck was a separate piece from the hull. So there was, I think there was those 2 pieces, and that's pretty much how all the carriers are. Boy, Drexia, that's fantastic. Yeah, as I was looking for references, one of the things that popped up was a 1/700 scale Benson. Okay, now that we've done that, get this, and I'm actually going to maybe start to do that Let me try and block in the lighter tassel camo here. This is going to be really, really, really crazy. This is going to be hilarious. I need more thinner though. More thinner. Maybe a little more. And no, I think I got it. And then it goes up like so, and it goes right to. Gee whiz, it goes almost all the way to the back of the bridge there. This is going to be one wild and wacky camo here. Now, obviously, at some point we'll get some of the Kriegsmarine ships printed out. And obviously you've got things like Prince Eugen, Bismarck, with that particular camo pattern. Thank you so much, Drexia. Appreciate that. Thanks, Drexia. Again, all the subs are super, super helpful now with the way Amazon slash Twitch does count those things, so it's extra helpful. So thank you so much. You know what? That is so crazy. It's just this little skinny line that's going to come all the way out to there. All the way over there. And then, oh, it goes all the way to the second stack. Okay, that's a little easier then. And both stacks actually get this much lighter color here. Turpitz had a whole bunch of interesting ones, Thranual. The one that I would like to do is when it was basically disguised as a house, well, as a very large building. They literally painted like classic windows on there. It was absolutely nuts. It was one of the most bizarre things ever. And he could Google Turpitz and in Norway and how they tried to hide that thing. But the ships, I don't think Gneisenau or Scharnhorst had that particular camo on them. Something, and I know that Prince Eugen, Bismarck, Turpitz had that particular camo, and it was a very simple one. All they were trying to do was mask, is this a cruiser? Is this a battleship? That was about it. Or is it a destroyer? There was no, they weren't even trying to confuse heading or anything like that. It was just basically trying to confuse what size ship was it. Actually, well, there was some Parmesan cheese consumed here today because we had the 6 fromage spaghetti sauce and then also added the lasagna style cheese to that because fromage. Now, does any of that come up? None of that even comes up there. But we have to get 2 stacks. And then we have to get the darkest camo there. There's vegetables on there. There's vegetables. There's all kinds of healthy stuff somewhere to be found on that. You know what? I'll just make the conning tower later here. Oh yeah, and the top edge of that. Oh look, more Orlikins there. More Chicago pianos. Hey there, Surface Tension. How you doing? Actually, Surface Tension, we did have Gandalf show up, and he tried to use USS Wasp as a surfboard because he saw that and he said, "Oh look, there's my surfboard again." So, yep, it's plant life, so therefore healthy. It was a plant at some point during its life. Trying to lighten up these barrels here. Again on the 5-inch mounts. The freeboard up there going to get a little bit of light on it. Got some of our sponsons here. Now let me try. No, wait. We have to work in this lighter stuff on the bridge down here. This is essentially a 3-color camo scheme here. We kind of have 2 of them in place now. Then we'll do the really dark stuff. That'll represent the 3rd aspect of the camo. This thing is very, very, very challenging here. Needless to say, holy smokes. Do the same here on the superstructure. The stack. Should we get that front of that stack there? A little more of the light on the edge of that. There we go. I guess some on the mast. Here. Now to that darkest camo there, and that's actually should have a little touch of the Van Dyke brown in there as well. More of it. Yeah, I'm gonna get me a little bit thinner, just sitting out there again, a little bit easier to get to. All right, here's that 3rd part of the camo. Oh, we have to go back with our light stuff after we do this too. Holy smokes! So that actually is the darkest. And then underneath there is that sort of mid-range blue. Oops, well, doesn't matter. We have to come back and do the lighter stuff right there anyhow. So we'll get that corrected. We'll get a little more to or the dirt right along the edge of this lighter patch, but we might have to come back with our lighter stuff to change that a little. Yeah, we'll have to come back with our light there also. That is a dark, and that should just be kind of the mid-tone there, but I might even throw a little bit of the darker stuff on top of that. No, we won't go super dark on top of the turrets though. And now we're gonna do this here. The dark again over there. And then that's our 3rd camo color right there. So surface tension, if you wanted to share your stuff in the chat there, please go ahead and do that. So surface tension, I've got the first batch of snakes printed out now. It's interesting, surface tension, the Necropolis Knights. He actually has 2 types of them, so they actually now they kind of need to be ranked, because there's kind of the command guys, and then there's the regular guys. I've never ever seen a ranked up unit of Necropolis Knights before, so that should be very interesting. Surface tension. Yes, I've never seen that before ever. Do I wanna? Yeah, I'm gonna go with it. I'm gonna go with the dark there. And no, that's just a later bluish stuff up there. Okay, so I think we've got at least the basics of of our three camo things. Now let's get in here with some thinner to get some more turquoise here in the water, and then we'll go back to with our lighter stuff here. All right, maybe. Oh no, I do have fast matte white out here. Never mind. I have some fast matte white out here already. I'm just gonna let that break down in here. Just in some thinner there. Just breaking down that fast matte white. We could also, here, I'm actually going to do a little drop of it right on there, so it also will kind of sit there and break it down as it sits there. Breaking this down. Now, let's see, we're just over the 3 hour mark. Remember, this is ship number 3 because there's Wasp and 2 destroyers. There we go. We're trying to get our lightest light on some of the little waves here. Let's do that one too. Like that, and a little more light out there. And I'll do it here. Let me get it going this way too, yeah. Come on, a little more here. Whoa, maybe not. Okay, yeah, we'll use this as a blending brush here. Just a steel little paper towel here. There. Lighten you up a little too. Yeah, some of that needs to go further to the edge. Then we might also, yeah, we're gonna darken some of our stuff down too. And then lighter. So we're gonna go the opposite way too. So surface tension, we've done a bunch of destroyers. There's an Italian destroyer that we did, oh gosh, maybe 3 weeks ago or so. Let's see, I guess technically this one would be the smallest one right here, surface tension, because it's a little bit smaller. Of course, we do technically have smaller ships. That's still some of the Armada stuff. Those are the really tiny ones there. So Drexia, it's not actually a dry brush. There's a bunch of thinner in this. And I'm using the fast matte white, not the titanium. I kind of stopped using titanium white because that just takes so long to dry. So this is that Gamblin fast matte white that we talk about all the time. And there's actually a lot of thinner on there because we need that to flow, right? Because we did, remember we just did a much thicker layer here. Now look at that. See, that's actually got a decent amount of thinner in there. See how that sticks nice and easy? So that is the Gamlin Fast Matte White. I'll try and dig this out for you here if I can. Yeah, that's the last of the Fast Matte. Everything else got canceled, but they kept that, and that is very, very handy. And you can see here, then now see as I start to do that little scumbling bit, see how it starts to mix in with what's already there. So surface tension, how fast does it actually dry? Because Gamlin also has a quick dry white that does not have alkyds in it, but it takes about 3 times as long to dry as the fast matte white. So I'll be curious if that's kind of a similar thing. So yeah, also Drix U-Track is it's kind of funny because that's what I used back in art school days. That's kind of a very much a middle of the road sort of paint there. I guess maybe it's about the same, say, as Winsor Newton. So that's always another thing to consider too sometimes. Did I get the? Yeah, I did the lightest stuff in the bow crest there. Blending brush here. So there. Oh, we need to do a little bit of our lighter light out there. Some more of it here. So yeah, Drexy. Now, do you go actually into the store? I've only ever just gotten the stuff from Dick Blick there. That's interesting. Surface tension. Now, surface tension. Did you already share your Mastodon link there so that people could see some of that fantabulous stuff that you're painting there? I wonder surface tension. You know that our cobalt teal bluish. I'm almost wondering if that might be a similar type thing because we're talking about cobalt oxide of cobalt, right? I wonder if that's kind of in the same vein right there. And again, going to catch a little bit more of the lighter stuff on the upper reaches of the superstructure here, like that. Let me see what we can even possibly do a little bit texture-wise on the radar. Oh, that no, that gets that lighter blue up there. Okay, Drixie, all of this stuff that we're doing here, there's a decent amount of thinner in it. Push it this way now. Oh, thanks, thanks, Trixie. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah, here we go back to our lighter whitening again. This has a decent amount of thinner on it just to make it flow. But not, I mean, it's borderline pin line white. Even there, it might have been a little bit too much thinner and might have become too much of a pin line wash. Yeah, see, there's actually too much thinner on there. We have to take some of that away, and I think now it starts to act the way we want it to. Now we're gonna come back in here with some of more of our Prussian blue here. Now better get a little phthalo green in there. Also, just a drop of thinner in there, just to help break some of this down. And that will go in some of these spots here. So we're going to put that in there. Back to the blending brush here. So thank you so much, Drexy. Appreciate that. As I said a little bit ago, those things, they really do actually have a very huge difference. Again, the way Twitch calculates things nowadays, it has an outsized effect. Now see there? You see how that kind of dragged this and pulled along? That's because there was some thinner there. It almost was like it was reactivating the paint a little bit. I mean, obviously none of it is dry, but this was so dry brushed there. See, what it kind of did was instead of adding the thinner on the palette, we sort of just grabbed the thinner from the palette and brought it onto here. That's another little different approach, and again, Drexy, a lot of these things are they're things that we've learned over the course of time. Never did stuff like this right out the gate, that's for sure. So yeah, surface tension. Remember the cobalt teal bluish, and it says oxide of cobalt. It doesn't say cobalt blue in there. Now, can we get? Here it is. So yeah, it says oxide of cobalt and titanium. So I wonder if it's that same kind of because it gives it the opacity too, which cobalt blue never has, right? Surface tension. So that's it's an interesting little science experiment. It's kind of like the Gamlen radiance, right? We suspect there's some form of fairy dust in those, and Green Fairy Studios tried to do a little bit of corporate espionage and try to ascertain what was in there. He said, "Well, we could tell you, but then we'd have to kill you." So he was not able to find out what is the goodies in in our beloved radiance there. It doesn't necessarily dry super fast, but it's very much the opposite of cobalt blue. It certainly dries faster than cobalt blue, but it also is very opaque. So see you later there, Sarge. I definitely understand that. I can definitely sympathize with you there, Sarge. But again, Sarge, the Tigray is looking great, and here's hoping that it can all be done in time for ReaperCon so that you can enter it into the MSP and such. So thanks for being here, Sarge, as always. Actually, oh hey, Thousand Young, what were we? Oh, that's right. It was titanium flakes, cobalt crunch. Ah, it was cobalt crunch. That's it. Remember that was all those breakfast cereals. Thousand Young. Yes, it was all the. I was like, what the heck were we? We were coming up with a bunch of names for stuff, and it was breakfast cereals. Yes, that's what it was. We're doing the same thing here again, kind of reactivating what's there. Doing this. Let's separate that a little too. Okay. Yeah. Now, look at how complex that is, and this is a kind of a little different type of camo on that one. Ah, plutonios. That's right. Now, apparently, there's a version of AI that can actually basically write commercial jingles, which is something that intrigues me quite a bit. Now, I'm also going to use a little touch of this here in a few places. Again, kind of a pin line washy kind of thing that's going to happen here. I think it's around about time we get to some of that. Maybe even here on the, yeah. Might need a little assist from a little more thinner. It's I don't want to say it's dried out, but it's definitely set much more than it was. Couple of teensy little machine gun mounts. We'll hit those with our lighter stuff too. So this is a mix of the, if we're wanting to do any kind of weathering, rust type of stuff, that's going to be the asphaltum and something like the Terra Rosa, or the asphaltum and the Mars Red. And a little touch of it coming down the side here. Now, thanks, Drexia. And you can see some of the sharper stuff there, and then all of this more subdued, muted, right? Because that's where we're using the blending brush and sort of reactivating. Remember how dry and crumbly that looked? Right, it looked very crumbly. We went at more like this. You can see some of it out there. This does not have that texture now. Yeah, surface tension. The other thing I've looked into is actually using AI to essentially edit things like shorts. So you want to do a 5-second video or something like that. I've been trying to find tutorials on that. They're a little confusing because I'm obviously not using the app right along with it. It's just a video that's kind of playing. So yeah, just like the B5 movie, right? I can't quite just have that playing in the background and try and absorb it. So unfortunately, that's why we have not had a chance to do much with it. Oh yeah, I want to go back to my latest stuff here. And I'm gonna put in that's that brilliant yellow light to see if I can make that not just a little lighter, but also give it a slightly different tint here. I get where that lightest of camo is going to be, and then this needed to be, remember, cleaned up a bit. And also too, that's the other thing, Drexia, is we were talking about giving it time to set. That's where multiple figures at the same time are really, really extremely helpful, because then that pretty much guarantees the paint has time to set instead of you kind of going back and sticking more paint on there too soon. Sort of removes that temptation or possibility. Teensy little tiny machine gun mounts there. Oh, now here again, and remember, Wasp here, that's a small aircraft carrier, right? It's like one of these small, it's not a Langley class or one of the Casablancas, but again, that's even, the destroyer even pales in comparison to that. And of course, again, you do a little bit, then you maybe set it off to the side, and you come back to it later. I mean, we got 3 ships going on here, right? Not 1, not 2, but 3 different ships, and we're about to set this one to the side also, and come back to working on Wasp, because it's been a while now that we haven't worked on that. And it should be the same kind of situation where maybe the paint has had a chance to set a little bit more in some of the areas. I'll set you aside. Now back to Wasp here. So Thousand Young, thank you so much for being here as always. And yes, hopefully we'll be able to get some little tips and stuff there to try and accelerate the acquisition of the sculpting knowledge on the digital side. So thanks, Thousand Young. You have yourself a good one. You know what? Let me back out here. There. Let me. Yeah, we're gonna keep trying to get some of the lighter stuff here in the churn directly aft. More of that out here. And now, yep, now I'm going to come back in here and some of the darks in there, we're going to try to work with this. Is this going to be too light? Nope, that is just right. Some of that goes out here. And get a little bit more of the dark positioned in there. This side over there. Now that is way too straight of a line. I'm going to try and kill that edge a little. Yeah. Back to this area here again. Some of that dark. Now blending brush again. I'm going to bring some of the dark there towards our aft end of the ship. So that's a mix of the phthalo green, some of the Prussian blue, and then there's a little bit of our white in there for no, some of the radiant green for opacity. Now here I think we have too many. Now I'm just going to follow the way this was sort of sculpted in. So that one we're going to tone down, or at least have it not go all the way to the edge of the base here. Drexia, yeah, said, well, don't be hasty, little hobbits is right. Don't be hasty. There is actually a book of odds. I think it is those who shall make haste shall yield only mud. I think that's kind of how that one goes. But it is, and again, the one way you can kind of prevent that is that the whole idea of less is more, right? More is, of course, way too much. That should get a little bit of the indigo in there, I think. Let me try this out. A little more thinner, too. And that's going to go down here again to also... Yep, that wave right there, that one got a little out of control. This also here, we've got some of the dazzle camo that needs to be tightened up there. There we go. Yes, don't be hasty, little hobbitses. And I know that again the oils, they kind of let you start flying there. You get cruising along, and then sometimes it ends up in a little bit of a crash. We don't want that. Okay, that really helped on those waves. Now that over there, right on the underside, we're gonna have to come back and mess with that. First though, this is another one that I can sort of clean up over here. There's two. Now, this sort of mid-tone. Nope, still a little bit too dark. Now it's got a little bit of the, as we call it, radiant indigo. That's the ice blue. Now we'll try and lighten up a little more on top of that. I think so. Surface tension. That's kind of, yep. You have to balance between hesitation and between forging ahead. There we go. So now, see that's a little bit cleaner. I think here we can take away just a little bit of the camel right there. Um, oh, thanks, Drexia, and of course that's the nice thing here, right? Is that you can make all kinds of really nifty darks. You take indigo and Van Dyke Brown, you mix them together, depending on how much one or the other you got. You'll have a maybe more of a brownish black, or you have more of a bluish blackish gray. I mean, we have used the Drexia. I don't know if you've seen some of the tutorial vids where we sort of use the contrast paints as a mindset for oils, and doing the same thing with these inks. Yeah, actually, I like these way better than the contrast paints. That's for sure. Way better. I mean, they're actually less expensive, and I'm pretty sure they're more because they're 30 mil containers as far as how much is in there. Trying to fill in some of that. Where's my blending brush here? Now, and then we'll, okay, there we go. We got kind of our mid-tone there now. And not how much lighter we want to go on that superstructure there. Yeah, Drexia, I mean, when you consider what you can get oil paint wise, right, for just one self-spilling jar of contrast paint, it's pretty remarkable. I'm actually going to try and get a lighter grayish blue up on top there. Also there, yeah, not so much on the top of the stack though. That should, I mean, that would be a whole lot of soot and whatever from all the smoke coming out of there. Back to that same color there. This is after the signal light there, and I'm just wondering if I can maybe make that signal light a tiny bit lighter. Not sure. First, I'm going to try and make that part of the stack a little bit lighter. Also there. Back of the smokestack. And then I'm going to get my asphaltum out here. Yeah, some asphaltum. do some of the little bit of streaking there. And we try to have them come from areas that make sense, right? So there's this kind of ends right here. There's maybe would be some streaking that comes down from that. Hey there, Irid. Nice to see ya. Well, surface tension. All the best of luck with the painting, and of course, if you're gonna do the stroll with the greyhound and the I don't know if you have that weird object up in the sky again at all. But thanks, surface tension. See you later. Everybody, please give Erican Wife a follow, and of course, Erid, as always, you want to share your Pinterest link there in the chat. And Erid, I do believe, I think we confirmed that this coming Thursday is going to be your next stream, 7 Pacific there. So again, everybody, please give Erican Wife a follow. You know what? Here, let me take. Again, that's the asphaltum along that edge. We never really did much with this after that initial lighter dry brush. So let's try and do a little something here with the side of the deck there. So here I assume that dog taking care of shower, taking care of all that good stuff. More that way. And this back here. I know we've been adding a bunch of lighters up. Maybe that's what we needed to do was actually get some darker stuff there. Oh, this is way too funky and hard of an edge there. Okay, that helps. Also, too, that platform. That was a little too dark. Ah, that's good. That's good, Erid. You know what? I'm going to take some of my darker stuff here. There's some of those portals. And remember we said, well, there's a little bit more of the lighter stuff than there should be on the edge, like some of these over here. I'm going to try and remove a touch of it. There we go. And then some of the portal where the paint is light, we also have to kind of just draw in some of those, especially on this side, because this was the side where we had the supports. Yeah, back to this. And to lighten, to darken that edge, get that further up towards the bridge there. Again, another couple of portals that we need to finalize. Yeah, that too. Yep, let me deposit some of the paint over here. Okay, now we have a little bit less of it on the brush. And now we'll do this. Tighten up that one. This is another one that got a little wonky over here. So now, remember, all we did was that's mostly just a little bit of dry brushy thing. I'm going to try and get something a little lighter as far as our tan goes. So that's the Mars Yellow Deep. There's, well, whatever's on the brush is in there too, so that kind of grays down that mix a little bit. Is this too light? I don't think so. But it also, see, it's going to help make our elevators stand out a bit. There's a decent amount of thinner on there, but again, not so much that it becomes a pin line wash. And here, we're just going to try to add a little more texture with a few very tight lines. Now we're going to go back, get some more paint on there, not too much. A careful balance of thinner versus just the paint. I'll do the rest there. You know what, I think even here, that right next to the bridge, that was getting sort of dark over there with not a lot going on. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the YouTube channel there. Gonna try and take that one. It was a Bretonian knight with a bunch of freehand on there. I'm gonna try and turn him into a YouTube vid tomorrow. Obviously, shorten him up a little bit too. It will mostly focus on that freehand. Trying to, yeah, let me get that bit of light there again on the side of the elevator. And then, nope, not enough thinner. Sometimes you say, well, how much thinner do you add? The paint generally lets you know. If it's all just bouncing off of there, you say, well, okay, maybe we need to change the consistency on this. Make it thinner, make it thicker. You just always want to make sure there's never too much paint on that brush. And of course, always have a blending brush at the ready. Never know when you're going to need one of those. So there you see, I actually put like little streaks inside the streaks there to give that a little sense of scale, because otherwise it could be too thick. Now, yeah, I'm going to go back to this sort of a mid-range. Just getting a couple drops of thinner out there to play with. I mean, it's literally just a drop. That's all it is. Yeah, this needs to be a little lighter on that deck right there. That's going to be too dark. Yeah, back in here too. Yeah, oh yeah, we have it on the other side. We just don't have it on the starboard side of it. Now we do. Put you aside and this one. This one here. Because remember, this is our 3-color camo on a destroyer of all things. Ooh, zoom back in again. There we go. The turrets here, I'm gonna get a little more of the indigo and do this. All right. Oh yeah, these turrets right here. That is all kinds of jumbled up paint there. We're gonna just kind of reorganize that. Same over on this side. Back to a little bit thinner. This is the essentially an indigo gray here to tighten up whatever edges. Oh, and that too, that needs to be lighter so that's distinct from the really dark part of our camo pattern. Again, this is a sort of a later war dazzle camo here. I mean, in some
Hello,
ways, it's a
little
little bit
hobbits. Spark my
like the
gun
Essex
jar.
class. Thank you so much. We appreciate all of our little hobbits. Thank you so much, Big Steph. Appreciate that. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What happened to my surfboard? That thing's not even a. I don't know what that is. It's like, dude, it's a destroyer. You're not gonna be destroying very much. Too small. Thank you so much for that follow. Now, what will Gandalf roll on the big Gandalf 6? We've had, I think, a 4 so far. Oh, wow. It's been a while, so Big Steph rolls the big Gandalf 6. It's been like a couple of streams since we had one of those. So thank you so much for the follow. Oh, let me check something here. Let me check something because are we there? Okay, no, we still need 3 more. Okay, we still need 3 more follows to get to 8888. To get to the 4 8s, I guess we need 3 more. I thought obviously there's folks are leaving Twitch and coming back all the time, so kind of a number of that precision is hard to know where the heck you're at. Let me do it this way. So yeah, we got 3 more to get to 8888. Not that that means anything. It's just there's not too many times you reach that many of the same number, which I just thought would be entertaining. Let me get those mooring clamps there. So Drexia says that in Asian culture, it's a lucky number. Well, I would not. I don't mind lucky numbers, right, Drexia? I mean, more lucky numbers, more better, as far as I'm concerned. Boy, Bithron, I've got so many different Gandalfs that are prepared. I've got some from Diwali, some from Printing Goes Ever On. Because, I mean, we don't have enough Gandalfs here. Clearly, we only have like a half a dozen. And there's that one with Gandalf on Shadowfax. It's all prepped. I just got to put it on the base. And I guess Bithron, the thing is, I was like, okay, do I have it more like he's going up the causeway or the levels of Minas Tirith, or should it just be more of an outdoor setting or whatever, regular forest field, whatever. Gotta still figure that out. Also here, we're gonna try and take some of that there. Okay, so that is a wild camel pen. There's not much room to maneuver the brush around here with this particular scheme. Now let me go back to my reference on that. And was this the Porter class? Yeah, I'm gonna actually. Oh, geez, okay, fine. I'll put a little more indigo and darken down the sides of the turrets even more. And that's hit those a bit more. Now, Drexia, what's interesting, I just realized where's our wasp here? So this is extra smooth because I used a different piece of plastic card. Yes, do I have a? Unfortunately, it's kind of buried there. But yeah, that was a different piece of plastic card where both sides were smooth. So this plastic card, this side was smooth. That side texture because I wanted to be able to put the magnets on there. Oh, by the way, so Enterprise, right? Refrigerator magnet. I mean, it's easy enough to cut, right? To size. It's rectangular. So yeah, that's another thing that you can do. Now we'll put that off to the side. Let me get back to my Prussian blue, little touch of the indigo. And there we go. Okay, there you can see that now. So there's the constant, right, Bithron? Uh, how do you transport stuff? There. Okay, there we go. Oh, let me zoom out so you can see the whole base here. There we go. So yeah, Drexy, I remember seeing some foot. It's a World War I era footage of, well, basically a destroyer at the time, and it's so narrow, and it's cutting through the waves. I mean, it looks more like a knife, like a floating knife. And then you see things like, well, the dreadnought, or you see those French battleships from the late 1800s, and it's an entirely different method of cutting through the water. And then of course you can really see the difference in the different types of bow, like here on the Saratoga slash Lexington. It's got that prototypical uh, battle cruiser type bow and a very long, narrow beam. So look at this. Even though Wasp is smaller, it's got a wider beam than Lexington. Dark here as well. Because if we lose all of the dark in here, then it's not really going to be anchored in the water. It's just going to be this entirely separate zone of lighter water. A little more indigo. So that's a little bit of indigo, a little bit of Prussian blue, blending brush. Yeah, Bithron. That's why I want to just start doing the multi-basing on the conquest stuff. I think this last battle report that I had playing, it was one of the first ones where there were multiple instances where not everything died, and by not everything I mean like the character was left. And I guess there's something of Bithram would like fight after death or something, where if the character hasn't done anything yet, or if the unit hasn't done anything yet and it completely dies, there's certain things that allow you to, I don't know if it's war gear or a chant or an order, or maybe because there's a character in there, he can order him to kind of like fight to the death or something. So yeah, Drexia, the indigo and the Prussian blue here, very critical. But boy, oh boy, I can't make them too regular, right? It's almost like kind of one every third trough right there. And also, ooh, and hard and soft edges, right? That's a big thing here. We're gonna try to soften up part of that lead edge, or at least just for schmizzle a little bit, a little bit. So Drexia, the ultramarine blue, it does have its point and purpose, but it would not work very well here. First of all, it's a very reddish blue. All of the blues that I'm working with here trend towards greenish. So yeah, and now we did use, oh boy, do I have it? It was these guys. Yes, here. So the blues there, that was majority ultramarine blue. There was a little bit of the indigo that went in there to darken it down, but that's mostly ultramarine. And then, geez, I don't know if you're speaking of Armada Mondays. I don't know if you remember was it Northern Alliance? Those Armada ships? So it is a rule. If your unit hasn't gone yet, you do get to fight back, okay? Because I wasn't sure if that was like a status that you have to have, or if there's a character in there that confers fight to the death on them. It's just you can't have moved or anything. So I guess that's in order to try and give a unit maybe if it loses the is it conquest roll? No, supremacy roll. That's it. Yes. It's one of those things like, well, I lost the supremacy roll, but go ahead and kill me because then I get to kill you back, even if I'm totally wiped out. Now this, I think I need to push that back a little bit more. Now this, ironically enough, that actually has a little more reddishness to it. Well, here you go. Here we can do this. There we go. So now you don't see that the indigo and such up here is again a little bit more of a reddish tint, and this where we've been putting all the turquoise. Well, look at the deck, right? The deck is basically the same exact value as that turquoise. Watch what happens when we undo our film noir. Oh, look at that. The values are the same. Difference. This is a little bit more intense. That's a warmer color. Yeah, Bithron. So I think that was the first time I mean, maybe I'd seen an example of it in one of the earlier games, but I was still so new to it, right, Bithron? Probably didn't realize that was happening. But this game just happened to have more of that, and I don't know if it was because one was city states or one was 100 kingdoms. What would? Oh yeah, one was 100 kingdoms instead of the Nords. So his units were kind of taking a punch a little bit better. So yeah, Drexia, the all-important film noir. Also, that needed to be expanded too. There, yeah, that now our superstructure makes a little more sense now. Okay. Now, was this the yeah, this is our Porter class here. I'm looking at the top of the turrets there. Boy, we see there's like a bazillion different color schemes for Porter class destroyers. There's a ton of them. I mean, just in this one handful of images, I see at least 4 very distinct ones. Oh wow, we already did. We did do the highlight on those too. Ah, these guys. On the starboard side, hadn't done those yet. Now I might, oh yeah, here on the capstan anchor chain, on the anchor, maybe even a little bit here on the portals there. Let me see if I can get that. I mean, I'm loath to refer to that on a destroyer as a barbette, but I mean, it still is. That is a barbette there. So see you later there, Irid. See you later there, and of course, have a great stream on Thursday. So again, we can zoom in again. We have 2 very different dazzle camo schemes here. This one was a very weird multi-layered one, and of course, again, this is that's a Porter class. This is the Benson class. Yeah, Bithron, I would imagine like the trolls probably can take a little bit more. I don't know about the werewargs, because well, they're basically also walking around in pajamas, so I don't know if the werewargs are really gonna be able to take nasty hits. You know, I'm gonna just darken this a little more so that yeah, okay. There was way too much paint on that brush. think I'm gonna have to maybe make that a little darker than I am inclined to have it translate a little better. Yeah, yeah. We'll roll with this. Speaking of rolling, man, I can only imagine how much these type of ships rolled in heavy seas. Holy smokes. These things must have been rocking and a rolling. Probably like riding a fishing lure or something like that. Okay, yeah, that's really making a big old difference here on our dazzle cam. I can see that a whole lot better. Yeah, versus that. So look at the difference. Holy smokes. Oh, Bithron, speaking of regen and your old Dominion, that was one of the games that I saw. Well, I didn't see it. I saw like the first 2 minutes of it. But the one guy, and it was at Play on Tabletop, and the one guy, I guess he really has learned to use the regen of the old Dominion, because you can't. It's not just like, okay, I die, I get stuff back. You kind of, it's a little more complex than that. You want to be a little more judicious about it. You kind of have to, I guess, die in the right way, in the right time, and the right amount to really fully take advantage of that. So you have the, as we like to say, Drexia, film noir has value. Film noir has value. And of course, you could take pictures of stuff with your phone, whatever. Every phone has some kind of camera app on it that allows you to, well, go ahead and take away some of that saturation or whatever. Boy, this really made a difference here. So now you can really see that type of dazzle there. Let me get that mooring cleat separated a little. So those are two very, very, very different schemes. So yeah, Bithron, I have the unit of cataphracts. I have the Strategos. I'm trying to think what else I might have that is Old Dominion. That might be it. Oh yeah, just like we did on the other one, we're gonna go in here. And we're gonna take a little bit of that away. Where's my Prussian blue indigo mix? More Prussian blue in there. Yep, let's go all the way to the edge. We have it really going all the way to the edge here with our dark there. So let's do that too. I mean, the one bummer is that now I don't have any of these ships that have the just the primer over the top of the heavy gloss gel, so you can't necessarily see how that was sculpted on. So that's well, we kind of call it sometimes, Drexia, the old plop and push. Definitely less, more pleasant than the push and plop. We don't like that. I think I saw for the first time a game that was not 2,000 points. I think it was like 1,200 or something. Yeah, something like 1,200 points maybe. But oh, they were playing skirmish. That's right. They were not playing LAK or LAOK. So Laok. Last argument of kings, Bithron. We'll just call it Laok from now on. Nobody's going to have any idea what the heck we're talking about. A little sharpening up of the bow crest there. Trying to also sharpen up the edge of the turrets. Boy, and now all of the images really do show the turrets as being a little dark, but I think I'm going to have to just go a little lighter. Let's go the opposite direction here. Let me see what this... That might just be as light as I can go. Yeah, I think I need to do that. And then let me lighten up the deck a little bit in a few places here. Oh yeah, definitely. There's a little bit less of the rust too. Have to be aware. Just there's a wee bit of thinner on this brush right now, so I better be aware of that. I'm going to try and sneak in a little bit of light again here around that A turret. Yeah, Bitsron. Also, too, I have to download that app so that I can start looking at things like war gear. I know the one guy, he did a deep dive into all the different war gear, but having never played, right? It's like, okay, you know, the different, like an elven blade versus a lance. It's like, if you don't play the game, how are you supposed to know what the actual difference is? Wow, we never did get anything on the back of the mast here. Take my blending brush to that. Find a little bit more of our light on that. Okay. Yeah, that just... I looked at that and went, whoa, we need a little something more on that. Back to Wasp over here. These little corrugations here, we're going to try and find ourselves a bit of light or mid-tone on these. Let me see if we can line this up. Now that's again an even tougher thing of, well, just how much thinner can you have on there? You just cannot have very much, because then it will act as a pinline wash. Yeah, Bithron, that's what he said. He did try to emphasize, well, I guess with, he was not super enamored with a lot of the Hundred Kingdoms mages. He basically said, and I could swear this was almost the kind of the same thing with Warhammer Fantasy. Basically, the only school of magic worthwhile is fire. And I think all I've ever really seen magic-wise is fire. I've never really seen somebody throw a water balloon at somebody. I know that the Nords do have some ice, like the Jotnar shoots snowballs or something like that. Uh, I mean, what's going on there? We need to lighten this. It's probably like one of those kind of corrugated doors that comes down here. Now we'll have to come back again with our dark. It's always sometimes easier coming back with the dark anyhow, because it's easier to make it thinner. Yeah, okay. Anything else on the upper surface of the deck here? Maybe a little bit there. Yep, I think a few of our darks, not necessarily looking for streaks. You can see these are really brief, really quick brush strokes there. Yeah, well, I think I've seen. There's two different types, right? I've only ever seen the other type once, and all the other times it's been the ice Yatnar. Yeah, every single time it tends to be the ice Yatnar instead. Looking for a little bit more Moai, just gathering up some of it. Thin it down again. More thinner. There, so yeah, he kept coming back to how, well, these other things, they're super situational. I guess that's what it was. He said the only reliable kind of every situation school of magic was fire. Everything else was just way too, well, okay, if you're in this one situation where this might work, okay. Yeah, I think I need to look. Oh yeah, this here on the bridge. I'm gonna get a little more light up on the top of that. Yeah, that's better. Now, so the mountain. Yeah, okay, cause yeah, he basically he was out there and he died in about 2 seconds. And I haven't seen him since. I've only ever seen the ice one since. Anytime they're playing Nords. Oh yeah, yeah. Let's gonna try to lighten up that a little more in there. Nope. I kind of gotta avoid the temptation to put that lighter stuff into the stack there. It's not really gonna do anything. Wow, that was lighter than I thought it was. And oh yeah, a little bit more of our right in there. Yep, that top part of the platform that needs to be later. And then I think I'm gonna try and hit the signal light here too, at least on the top, like that. Bingo. A little more light on the mast there. Okay. So I'm just going to do a quick little review here of our, because we've been doing this about 4 hours, 15 minutes. Looky here, we've got not one, not two, but three. There you go. Three ships right there. We've got the USS Wasp, we've got the Porter class destroyer, and then a Benson class destroyer, all part of your U.S. Navy there. So before I head out, obviously a thank you to Armored Wolf. If you're going to be at DragonCon, please visit for booth 2707. I want to also say thanks for all the bits and the subs, those follows and cheers. Those really do mean a lot. And thanks Bitsram for doing the clips. Appreciate that as always. Now our next stream, let's see, I think it might just be one of our Star Wars figures there. Because again, we have a whole bunch of them all prepped and ready to go. So we might be getting back to some Shatterpoint there. Yeah, just a last little bit of some streaky stuff there, and that is it. So thanks again, everyone. I'm going to head on over, I think, to Mika, because he's actually painting. So here's our raid countdown underway. Again, thanks. I appreciate that. Now, if it's possible, if we have the holders, we'll be doing some much bigger ships. I think no matter what, I should maybe prep some more of these just in case. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you on Thursday.